Advertising Report 2024. My name is Bhavna Bhatia and I'm delighted to be your host for the evening today. As you're probably aware that the Pitch Madison Advertising Report brought out by the Exchange for Media Group and the Madison Media is the most awaited report on predictions of ad spends in media as well as the advertising industry. Over the years, it truly has become a benchmark in the industry, and it is often quoted in media, pitch presentations, company reports, corporate boardrooms, and of course, the IPO documents filed by media companies. This report truly tracks and analyzes how and where the advertising monies were spent last year and projects the further future growth. It aims to understand the challenges as well as the opportunities that lie ahead for marketeers like all of you and the various mediums, including print, TV, radio, OOH, digital, and cinema. As you must be aware, we heard Mr. Balsara last year talk about how 2022 was a hope-instilling year for the industry. Despite the COVID wave 3, which was the third COVID wave, the Russian-Ukraine war, the funding winter and inflation, India remained that bright spot. While the global ADEX grew at 8%, the Indian ADEX grew at 21%. As the much-awaited report is unveiled in the next couple of minutes, we hope that this trend continues in this year which has gone by, which is 2023, and we hope that 2024 is as optimistic as always. But before we get started, we would like to thank our partners. Presenting by partner ABP News, Aapko Rakhe Aage, powered by partner Jio Cinema, official streaming partner of Tata IPL, and gold partner Hindustan Times, what makes a story great? Could we have the partner presentations? Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a warm round of applause for all the partners? And before we'd like to start, we'd also like to hear a warm round of applause for all of you. You've made it today to the room, and we're so excited to host each and every one of you. We'd also like to bring to your notice about the Ideas of India Summit 3.0, which is happening on the Feb 23rd and 24th. Now that's by ABP Group, and that will have the brightest minds from India as well as abroad. So stay tuned for the summit as well. Well, ladies and gentlemen, also before we begin, I feel that a conversation should not be confined to one room. I feel a hashtag will always help us to propagate what we learn today. So may we request you all, if you have any key learnings from today, to just hashtag PMAR 2024 as one word. As simple as that, so let the conversations continue and let's have a great and insightful day ahead. Well, to begin with, it's now time for me to call upon none other than the co-founder of Exchange for Media, Mr. Naval Ahuja, for the opening note. Come on, it cannot be that quiet a room. We need much more applause.
Thank you. Thank you, Bhavna. A very warm welcome to all of you on this love letter day for the day after Valentine's Day, the love letter day for the advertising business, our annual gathering, where I'm told annual targets are set for media company executives. Many of them lobby with Sam to keep projections and growth numbers reasonable, not make it too difficult for them to achieve that. Well, me and Sam were discussing last year. I think we started this initiative in 2003 or 2004, right? I don't remember the exact year. So technically this is perhaps the 21st year of Pitch Madison Advertising Outlook Report. It's been running, as you can see, the show has been running for more than 2 decades now, and what a journey this has been for the entire ad business. Before Sam comes on stage and does the main act, I thought what I'll do is contextualize what we are doing, what has been going on in our business. I'll refer in parts to the report we did last year. While I'm privy to the numbers Sam, Vikram and their team have created this year, I will just talk about look at a helicopter view of the advertising business, what's happening in the media business, and perhaps let Sam take over from there. I think 2023, if you look at it, was really a defining year for this decade. I say that because this is the first year after COVID. We've come out of COVID, and 2023 was what we call a so-called fully normal year. So what all happened this year? TV business consolidated. Or consolidation accelerated, as we have seen. One merger almost happened, the other merger is in the process. Many other mid-sized, smaller companies have already come together and kind of, they are joining hands, and that's a worldwide phenomena. The reason for that is obvious for all of us to see, as you can see on the chart. These are, by the way, numbers from their annual reports of these companies as well as filings with the government. As you can see, the top 4 broadcasters who command almost 70-75% share in this country, their financial year, if you look at last year's reports, all of them reported a reduction in annual ad sales revenues. That's a starking statistic if you look at it. I think it must be the first time it's happened in a normal year. And this is, by the way, before IPL, because this is March 23, a tad dated, but this is before IPL numbers degrew. Going to the next part, obviously growth of digital. It's been the talked about story. But again, if you look at the top 2 players who command almost 80% of the share of the market, Google grew revenue 12%, Meta 13%. One can argue that the growth numbers, percentage numbers have come down. They used to be 25-30% range, but now obviously the base effect has kicked in. The base has become much larger, hence, percentage growth has tapered off, but still each 10% still adds a good, 5,000 crores every year. Last year, Pitch Madison report said digital AdX is already more than TV AdX. And if you look at the ROC filings of these companies now, Meta plus Google revenue alone is more than TV AdX. So that's the kind of change that has happened in just 1 year. The third, I think, talked about story within digital is about, growth of retail media. While Google and Facebook have grown 10, 12%, retail media has grown much faster, obviously lower base, but a lot of, money is going, the delta money is going into retail media. Again, some of the reports we carried, Amazon and Flipkart between themselves in India alone, wrote almost 9,500 crores, 9,000 crores of ad revenue in 2023. That's a massive number, almost 1/4 of television addicts. You have companies like Myntra, Zomato, Paytm, Swiggy, Blinkit, Zepto, all are going for the same pie. And the other thing that's happening is in each vertical, so, fashion companies are more inclined to put their incremental money on fashion e-commerce platform, food, and related sectors on food delivery platforms and so on. So incremental money in digital is going significantly more into retail media, and I think that will significantly accelerate over the next year or two. Then obviously the story that's been playing out for the last 18 months, the so-called funding winter, slowdown in D2C spending. Last year, the Pitch Madison report said almost 15 out of the top 50 advertisers in India were digital first. If you rewind to 2021, almost 50% of our top 50 advertisers were digital first. So that number had already significantly come down last year, and no prizes for guessing. I'm sure Sam will throw light on that. The number would have significantly fallen in 2023. That's also changed the composition list of advertisers and how they are investing money. The other story last year has been the continued growth of SMB sector and their investment in advertising. Recently, we curated a report with TAM. I just want to share a couple of snippets from that report. LV presented this at our Pride of India initiative in Chennai on 24th of January. So if you look at this chart, almost 63% of advertising spends on all media are now from the SMB sector. That's a large percentage and growing. And the other next slide is also even more interesting in the sense that if you look at the number of companies in the SMB space, the number of companies is mushrooming. We, as Exchange for Media, as you know, we curate touch points with all marketers and advertisers. In the last year alone, we went to 9 new cities, right, including Kanpur, Indore, Pune, Ahmedabad. Calcutta is not new, but we repeated Calcutta, done many more initiatives in places like Chennai and Hyderabad. So really, the power center of advertising business is shifting away from the large metros to tier 1, tier 2 cities, and that's a change that's happening at a very fast rate in our business. Lastly, I think there is also talk about some money lost to betting companies. This is the other slide about 99% of advertisers contributing only 13% to the ad index. That's the long tail of advertising. So if you look at the SMB space, 52% money is from national advertisers, 35% from regional and small, and another 13% from hyper-local advertisers. So more than 50% is what we call non-national advertisers, and this change is happening at a very fast pace. Plus last year, I think because of government regulation, the industry also lost money from online betting ads being clamped down upon. So net, this is what has happened. What do we expect in 2024? Sam will put the numbers. The report will also have, what are the broad things. But, just to again put the context down, startup money, a lot of conversations we have with people tells us that startup money is starting to come back. Companies that have not gone belly up or whose business has sustained have managed to kind of, reinvest into advertising and grow from there. The truth is that advertising does pay in achieving growth, and a lot of the D2C money that is coming back onto the table is sustainable, is for sustainable growth, and hopefully we'll see this increasing as the year goes by. Naturally, consolidation, the pace of consolidation will grow, while Zee-Sony merger might have kind of fallen by the wayside, but more mergers will happen. These companies or other companies will merge with each other, and consolidation, especially in the legacy media spaces, will accelerate. The other silver lining this year is IPL, of course, is there. There is T20 World Cup. There are elections. So obviously, that will galvanize spending, and I'm sure the report that will be presented has factored in all those numbers. There's Olympics also this year to kind of give an extra kick to sport. Deeper and deeper sub-segmentation of digital. We've already seen so much growth of influencer marketing and other areas in the digital space, and that's significantly, likely to grow. One of the other aspects of the growth that we all talk about is the unevenness, right? We all talk about average growth, while the industry might grow 10%, but we all know that some companies grow much lesser, some degrow, and many grow much higher. So I think if you look at the median growth of the industry, it is significantly lesser, and we must maybe find ways of mapping that median growth, because eventually that's what bothers the so-called job market. This is a talent industry, right? Advertising media is about people. Growth of job opportunities in the industry is what at the end of the day should matter to all of us. So last but not the least, what will define 2024 and the years beyond? I think the biggest thing that is being talked about is AI. And I just want to quote from a recent article I read on Financial Times, where Mark Reed, whom you all know is the CEO of WPP, said, AI is the equivalent to the invention of the internet and more profound than the invention of mobile. This is Mark Reed, right? Sir Martin Sorrell believes jobs will be destroyed. Early this year, I don't know how many of you know this, Publicis sent communication to 100,000 of their employees in one single day. Communication which was customized to their name, their interests, their habits, their cities they live in, and so on, in one single day, and that communication was created within a few hours, right? So, and to film and edit so many messages would, as we all know, involve hundreds of hours of manual labor work, but it was much easier to pull it off owing to the use of AI. The purpose of this stunt, which included AI versions of senior leaders engaged in each staff member's favorite hobbies, from DJing to water skiing, was to emphasize the hyper-personalized advertising that rapidly evolving technology is making possible. So what will AI do to our business over the next year, the next few decades? I think it's an open question, but certainly the advertising industry will evolve rapidly in many ways. I think for the Indian ad business also, utilizing AI will be a double-edged sword, and whether to make it a friend, see it as a friend or an enemy, is about how creatively we use AI. Let me cite an example before I get off stage. The same report quotes the marketing head of a very large brand in UK, saying that they wanted to launch a vegan brand last year. And as an example, he shared that rather than paying tens of £1,000s for a team of people to design a new name and a logo, the person simply asked an AI chatbot for 6 ideas and selected the best. This is a product and a logo launch, right? Imagine what this will do to our industry. So while 2023 was a defining year in many ways for this decade of advertising in media, but how we deal with AI, how we see and utilize AI will perhaps define the future next few decades of the advertising industry. I hope the numbers that are presented today give us encouragement after 3-4 years of kind of lackluster growth. Industry growth gets kick-started. The funding winter is soon behind us. I look forward to an insightful day of presentations and discussions, and also gratitude to all the partners who've been part of this journey. Avinash is here from ABP. Thank you for being part of this. I think ABP has been part of the Pitch Medicine report from the time of its inception. Thank you also to Geo Cinema as well as HT. Thank you to all of you for being here. I look forward to the day's discussions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ahuja, for setting that context. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, we'd like to request you once again to keep the hashtags on, hashtag PMAR 2024 as one word. Let's go ahead and welcome the man of the moment, who honestly needs no introduction. He's somebody who's recognized as one of the most influential person in media and the entertainment industry, somebody who's continued to lead Madison as the largest independent media agency in the country. Of course, coming with more than 30 years of illustrious experience in the media and advertising industry, Mr. Sam Balsara, Chairman of Madison World, has an ocean of knowledge and insights that very few in the industry have. I think now it is time to call upon the man himself. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause, a momentous round of applause as we call upon Mr. Sam Balsara.
So, good afternoon, everyone, and delighted to stand here once again in front of you to present to you our Pitch Madison report. Naval and I just calculated, we started in 2004, so this is our 21st report to you. I do hope you will find the numbers and the commentary that we present with them useful to you in preparing your own plans, giving you a perspective on what has happened, why it happened, and what to expect next year. And more importantly, I think we have a galaxy of very eminent speakers for you talking on subjects that are relevant to advertisers today. So I'm sure we'll learn a lot from them. Now, the way I see it, I think ADEX continues to surprise us year after year, either positively or negatively. COVID may be finally behind us, but the uncertainty levels in the business world seem to continue to rise. The political situation in most parts of the world could be considered uncertain. Elections coming up in many countries around the world, not to mention the huge disruption happening in the startup world because of what is now referred to as the funding winter. And all this obviously has taken its toll on our ADEX. In our estimate, ADEX in 23 grew by just 10% against our forecast of 16% and a growth of 21% that we had achieved last year over the previous year. So despite GDP having grown at 7.3%, ADEX seems to have grown at only 10%, which is the lowest growth Indian ADEX has seen in the last 6 years, except of course, COVID year. Looking at medium-wise spends, there was a huge slowdown in the growth of digital, which grew only by 15% against our projected 25%. For context, in 22 over 21, digital grew by 35%, and before that in 21 by 50%. This 15% growth is to be seen with the compounded annual growth of 26% that digital achieved over the last decade. Traditional ADEX is still growing in India, something that not many countries can say today, although the rate of growth has been slowing down year after year. According to us, traditional ADEX grew only 7% compared to our forecast of 10%. If we look at the figures at a quarterly level, one sees some gets one more surprises, one sees that quarter 4 was the best performing quarter with a contribution of 31% to the full year, and in absolute terms added as much as 4,500 crores or 50% of the annual growth. So we did see quite a bit of tension for the first 9 months of last year. So the first 9 months saw a single-digit growth, and quarter 4 saw a very high growth of 18%, boosted, of course, by the festive season and the ICC T20 World Cup. All of this contributing to 31% of total ADEX. If you see this slide, you will see that as the year progressed, ADEX seems to have gained momentum quarter on quarter. From a historical perspective, last year witnessed the slowest growth rate in 5 years, excluding 2020. In absolute terms, ADEX closed just a little short of 1 lakh crores, closing at 99,038 crores. It added 9,200 crores. Again, for context, ADEX added a little over 15,500 crores in 22 over 21. So in 23, the addition has been only 60% of the previous year. For some more perspective, we looked at WARC that estimates global ADEX and ADEX around the world. They estimate that ADEX in 23 closed at 971 billion USD, that's nearly $1 trillion. Global ADEX makes the Indian ADEX look good though in terms of growth, because having achieved a 10% growth, global ADEX achieved only 5%. The construct of the Indian market also continues to be very different from the global market, which is dominated by digital, which has a share of 73% versus our India share of 40%. If you look at what is happening in other countries around the world, Brazil and India are now the two fastest growing markets in a market that is dominated by US, which accounts for 31% of the 970 billion. The top 11 nations of ADEX, which contribute to 63% of global ADEX, grew by only 2%. US also grew by only 2%. India, unfortunately, continues to be a very minor player on the global ADEX stage with a share of just 1.2%. Now, looking at growth rates of individual mediums, digital has grown by 15% only, and TV too has grown at a slower rate of 7%. The figures we look at and the way we calculate them, I know there's a little dissonance with the financial results that have been put out by the major television companies, but we are giving you a consistent year-on-year sort of performance the way we see it, and we arrive at this slower rate of growth of 7%. Print, the second largest traditional medium, has registered a single-digit growth of only 4% and is still short by around 800 crores of its pre-COVID level. OH and radio recovered quite well with higher growth rates of more than 11%. Digital continues to dominate ADEX with a 40% share and gained 2 percentage points against gaining 6 percentage points the year before. TV, the largest medium till 2021, further dropped share in 2023 and is now behind digital share by a full 7 percentage points. Print is losing its share year on year and contributes 19% to the overall ADEX. Cinema, radio, and OH maintained share over the last 2 years. Looking at the same data, category-wise, for traditional media, we see that FMCG continues to be the largest contributor with a 33% share, and the category added almost 1,500 crores in the last year. E-commerce continues to be the second largest category with a much lower share of 14%. E-commerce and education both saw a degrowth. Automobile sector, however, saw a dramatic recovery and with multiple launches in 2023 grew by a whopping 18% to become the third largest contributor with a share of 9%. Coming to our list of top advertisers, it is significant that the top 10 advertisers grew 2x of total ADEX growth, demonstrating to us that large advertisers seem to have greater confidence in advertising and what it can do to a brand and the company's profitability, having experienced the benefits of advertising in the last few decades and using it effectively. 6 of the top 10 in our list are FMCG players. We have only 11 new entrants in the list compared to 14 last year. Predictably, we have only one startup this year in our list compared to 9 last year. Since startups have all slashed their advertising spends, some stopped totally, being uncertain about their future rounds of investment. The contribution of top 50 advertisers to total ADEX is 30%, same as last year, and so is the contribution of top 10 at 14%. Television and digital continue to be the favorites of top advertisers, accounting for as much as 88% of their total spend. Looking at who the top 10 advertisers are, Unilever, Reckitt, and Reliance continue to maintain the top 3 ranks. Godrej Consumer Products has moved up in rank dramatically from number 12 to number 5, having increased its spends by over 50%. The next 5 brands in our elite list are Mondelez, P&G, Coke, Maruti, and Dream 11, who has now dropped in rank to 10 from number 4 last year. Let's now take a closer look at the individual mediums. First, we'll start with digital. So, as I gave you the highlight, digital too seemed to hit a speed breaker after a very long time, probably the first time in its history in India at least. Despite this slowdown, digital again increased its share of ADEX to 40%. I must remind you that in digital, we recognize spends of only those who you and I consider as advertisers and do not include the lakhs of small sort of spenders like individual shops, beauticians, interior decorators, samsari shops, and housewives on Google and Facebook, who, as we know, contribute a very, very substantial part of their revenue. So we believe it would be misleading to just look at the financial data from an advertiser's perspective, because that vitiates the construct of ADEX. Now, what caused this slowdown in growth in digital? As is widely known, a lot of startups who earlier focused on top line, thanks to easy availability of funding at inflated valuations, are now in distress to find further investments. Many businesses within startups like EdTech have substantially reduced their youth spends, if not stopped totally. Byju's, a very, very large advertiser and naming sponsor of IPL some years ago, seems to be in a survival mode. Real money gaming has got crippled because of the government stance against it, leading to a levy of 28% GST, and so has cryptocurrencies fallen out of favor with the government. But with a 15% growth, digital ADEX stands at 40,000 crores. Now, whilst from an Indian perspective, digital is the number one medium with a 40% share, we must remember that in global ADEX, digital accounts for 73% share. China and UK are even higher at 80%. Many countries like Japan, Germany, France, Australia are somewhere between 50 and 70%. So it kind of tells you where possibly India is headed over the next few years. When one looks at digital figures by quarter, again, the figures are surprising. Quarter 1 and quarter 2 figures are really dismal, having recorded a low growth rate of just 4% and 6%. Digital picked up only in quarter 3 and quarter 4, achieving a growth of 20% and 24% respectively. So basically, digital reflects the same pattern as total ADEX. E-commerce platforms, as by now we all know, have seen high traction amongst advertisers, and we expect advertising on e-commerce to be almost 7,000 crores, registering a growth of 25% over the previous year, which in turn had seen a 35% growth over 21. So dramatic increase in e-commerce over 2 years. With that growth, e-commerce stands with a share of 17% in digital ADEX. Video, though, continues to be the largest category within digital with a share of 33%. Let's take a closer look at television now. Television, the darling of most seasoned and serious brand builders, has once again skidded for the second year in succession with a low single-digit growth of 7% and now stands at almost 33,000 crores. A saving grace for television was a busy sports calendar in the second half, starting with Asia Cup in September, followed by India versus Australia series, Asian Games, and then finally the ICC Cricket World Cup in October, November. In our assessment, TV ADEX without the sports genre would have grown by only 4%. TV share is steadily declining from a high of 42% in 2020 to 33% in 2023. You will all recall that according to us in 2022, digital became the largest shareholder in ADEX, overtaking television's numero uno status, which it had maintained for 8 long years. In terms of revenue by quarters, all 3 quarters, quarter 1, quarter 2, and quarter 3 were subdued. Quarter 2, despite IPL, and registered only a growth of 2%. Quarter 4 brought cheer to TV ADEX when it grew 17%. Broadcasters, I believe, have to give due recognition to FMCG advertisers who, unlike other categories, are not their fair weather friends, and despite everything that happens in the environment, despite the pressure on their profits because of increase in raw materials and whatnot, increase their spend on television from 13,725 crores to 15,353 crores, an increase of 12%, and which resulted in increasing their category share from 45 to 47%. Education and EdTech predictably saw a dramatic drop of 41%, taking the category's rank from number 4 to number 8. Automobile, on the back of good sales and new launches, increased their spends by 21%, and so did household durables. Hindi satellite mainline, along with second line and sports, are the 2 major genres and contribute to over 45% in value. But Hindi satellite, in fact, marginally degrew in FCT, while sports increased its FCT by 8%. Hindi movies degrew 6%, and English niche, English movies and infotainment degrew by around 30% by FCT volume. Regional genres ad volume remained stagnant, except Marathi, which witnessed almost a 10% volume growth. Let's see print now. Print in 23 has failed to reach its pre-COVID high of 20,045 crore and reached only a figure of 19,250 crore, registering a 4% growth rate. But you must remember that ADEX growth of 4%, whilst growth in space consumed by advertising is 6%, so seems to indicate that publishers are now pricing their medium appropriately to attract advertisers and help them get good ROI from print advertising, something that advertiser friends should take note of and not abandon print. In terms of absolute numbers, print in 2017 was at 18,650 crore, and today after 6 years is at 19,250 crore, which means a compound annual growth rate of only 0.6%. In terms of share, of course, print continues to be the second largest traditional medium, but continues to drop share from 22% in 21 to 21% in 22 and now 19% in 23. When you view our print figures in a global context, you have to admire our print ADEX resilience. WARC estimates print to be only 4% of global ADEX compared to 19% share in India. In 22, share of print in both India and Germany, the two citadels of print, was the same at 22%. However, in 23, whilst Germany retained its share more or less, India has lost 2 percentage points. When you see the quarter-wise figures of ADEX in value, you see that quarter 2 figures are invariably the lowest and quarter 4 the highest. This split across the year is not seen when you do an analysis by space consumption, indicating that publishers vary their rates by quarter depending on demand. Auto, FMCG, education, retail, and real estate contribute 50% to print ADEX. This year, auto is the leader of the pack with a 14% share and contributed most to the growth of print ADEX. Travel, tourism, BFSI, corporate, clothing, fashion, and jewelry have also contributed well to the growth of print. In terms of languages, Hindi newspapers with a growth rate of 10% have witnessed higher growths than English at 8%. Both the languages continue to contribute close to 65% of the total print volume in 2023. Vernacular publications of these languages show a flat to marginally negative growth in volume. Coming now to OH, OH seems to be finding favor with more and more advertisers, and believers in OH are rushing to use it more intensively. This is reflected in the 13% growth rate OH achieved in 2023, which is substantially higher than that achieved by TV and print, the two dominant mediums amongst traditional media. But all this has not helped OH gain its share. It has maintained its share of 4%, similar to OH's share in global ADEX. After the COVID crash in 2020, when OH understandably collapsed from a high of 3,500 crores to 1,292 crores, we have witnessed steep increases in OH spends almost every year, till last year when we closed the year with 4,140 crores. In the past, there have been large variations from quarter to quarter, and quarter 2 and quarter 3 were much softer, with ADEX peaking in quarter 4. In 2022, we saw a more uniform spend across quarters, and this trend has continued in 2023. Looking at the revenues category-wise, the top 4 sectors maintain their share of 55% of OH ADEX, with real estate leading the pack with a share of 19%, followed by retail, FMCG, and consumer services. FMCG, which moved up in share to 13% in 22, rolled back to an 11% share last year. Organized retail maintained its share at 13%. Let's see radio now. Radio's road to recovery post-COVID has been a gradual one. It has experienced a growth of 12% in 2023 to reach an ADEX size of 2,272 crores. 4 years after the pandemic, radio ADEX has finally reached its pre-pandemic level, and radio's share seems to have stabilized at just around 2%. Here again, a quarter-wise analysis by ADEX throws up that in terms of value, there is a considerable drop in quarter 2, indicating that sellers offer special incentives in quarter 2 to fill inventory. ADEX failed to experience substantial growth in H2 despite the festive season and assembly state elections, and quarter 4 grew only 5%. The largest share in radio ADEX continues to be held by real estate at 16%, followed by FMCG at 12%, auto 11%, and BFSI 9%. In terms of growth, auto registered a 48% growth, followed by real estate 26% and retail 24%. Lastly, let's review cinema. Here again, you'll find the figures surprising. Despite blockbuster movies getting released almost every month in 2023, and many movies doing a box office collection of more than 500 crores, cinema advertising in India grew by only 36%. I say only 36% because the base is very, very small. We had projected an increase of 75% to reach close to 800 crores. I remember several years ago, our prediction was that we would reach 1,000 crores the next year. The figure is still short of pre-COVID level by almost 300 crores. Cinema advertising contributes less than 1% to our ADEX now. So it's time now to share with you our growth forecast for 24. As I alluded to earlier, with so many major countries around the world, including the US, going in for elections this year, and 3 continuing wars around the world, global uncertainty is at its peak. Because we live in a connected world, the negativity that prevails in the Western world, we think will have some impact on Indian ADEX. Our forecast for growth in 2024 is therefore more realistic, 12.2% with which we believe will cross the 1 lakh crore landmark finally. Walk's forecast for global ADEX in 24 is a growth of 8.3%. In the past years, Indian ADEX has grown always many times the rate of growth of global ADEX. This time, the gap has decreased. I would encourage all of you to read the last section of our report titled Economic Insights Driving Our Projection. One of the highlights identified by our Nagaraj, our in-house economist, is that whilst GDP growth is at a high of 7.3%, which we all talk about, and so do all the foreign expert visitors who come to our country, in 23-24, Nagaraj finds that the private final consumption expenditure component of GDP, one of the three components that make up the GDP, in fact, is expected to come down in 23-24, which may explain to some of the marketers why buying of products and services in our country, especially by the masses, is a bit sluggish. We expect digital to grow by a modest 17% and traditional medium once again at a slower rate of 9%. Key factors that will contribute to this growth are the upcoming T20 Cricket World Cup, general elections leading to heavy spends by political parties, organic growth coming from the largest contributor, FMCG, new launches in the automobile sector, and more advertisers adopting the digital medium. We recognize that we may be further aided by tailwinds which could come from post-election results, when we expect new aggressive reforms being introduced to stimulate the economy and growth in volume of FMCG. But we feel we'll get a little pulled down by headwinds from global uncertainties, the continuing war and the aggravation of disputes among many nations, and funding winter, which is likely to continue at least in the first half, keeping startup spends subdued. We expect no medium to degrow in 2024. We witnessed last year a dramatic slowdown in growth of digital. Whilst digital will continue to be the key driver of ADEX, we expect it to grow by a modest 17%. Despite the onslaught of digital and the popularity of video on digital and connected TV and whatnot, we believe linear TV will continue to grow because large and seasoned advertisers continue to believe in the brand building power of television. We expect TV to add another 2,700 crores and grow by 8% in 2024. I can't help but say that we get the feeling that broadcasters seem to have less confidence in linear TV than my advertiser friends have in India. We expect print to grow by 7% in 2024 against an expected degrowth of print of -4% in global ADEX. We expect radio to grow by another 12% on the back of 12% growth in 23, and we estimate a further 15% growth in outdoor and a 35% growth in cinema. Looking at shares, digital will further gain share and will now be 10 share points more than TV share. Outdoor radio and cinema are likely to maintain share. Linear TV is expected to lose share despite growth. As against global ADEX, in 2024, it is estimated that share of TV in India will be 2x of global, but digital share will be half of global. Finally, as usual, we would like to end with some advice for all our advertiser friends. Our advice number one is, please do focus on volume growth. Do not sacrifice brand building advertising activity to protect quarterly profit. Market analysts, we believe, today understand the game reasonably well and reward volume growth, not just profit growth. Also, you can't build a sustainable, successful company through the years, every year, through cost cutting alone. A second piece of advice, at least for the immediate years, is to focus on premium products. There is a growing realization that we now have in India a sufficiently large number of upwardly mobile individuals who are upgrading, buying larger cars, traveling more, taking more holidays, upgrading to larger homes, buying larger TV screens, buying more gizmos, and whatnot. And we need to cater to their needs. In contrast, the large lower middle class are a bit constrained with low increases in income and inflation, reducing their purchasing power. As a corollary to this point, our next point is to focus on modern trade, because modern trade, we have seen, is growing at a much faster pace than kirana stores. Our fourth piece of advice is increase media reach. This is necessary, we believe, in a country like India to take full advantage of India's demography. TV is efficient and effective for brand building, but some viewers are watching now less of linear TV or not watching it at all, having moved to connected TV. So we have to use digital and mobile to reach those audiences who now watch less linear TV. And our last point is, again flowing from the earlier point, that there is now a very urgent need in the industry for advertisers to establish a common measurement system for multimedia. With more and more brands using multimedia, and more and more of them are going to do so in the next few years, this should indeed be our priority. And advertisers should take the initiative to do this and fund this study. We cannot expect media owners with conflicting interests to agree on a common methodology for doing this. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to me.
Thank you. Check. Thank you so much, Mr. Balsara. Mr. Balsara, if we may request you to please join us in the center of the stage, and if I could have the opportunity of inviting the Chief Executive Officer of ABP Network, Mr. Avinash Pandey, to help us with a token of appreciation to Mr. Sam Balsara. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for such great leaders on stage. And may we have this great and an immense moment being shared on the stage, wherein we request Mr. Pandey to give a token of appreciation to Mr. Balsara. And of course, the conversations would continue when you have those leaders on stage. Avinash, if I may request you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause. And getting that picture-perfect moment in place. And also, gentlemen, please stay on stage, and if we could have the memento being passed, because it's time for the report launch right now. So let's get that in place. I'll take that from your hand, Mr. Balsara. So ladies and gentlemen, the moment is right here. It is now time to reveal and unveil the much-awaited Pitch Madison Advertising Report 2024. Well, as we already have Mr. Sam Balsara and Avinash Pandey on the stage, I'd like to take the opportunity of calling upon our next set of dignitaries. We'd also like the honor of having Shantanu Khosla, Executive Vice Chairman, Crompton Greaves Consumer Electricals Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Thank you, Mr. Khosla, for joining us. If I could have Mr. Naval Ahuja, co-founder, Exchange for Media, to please join us. We'd also like to have the opportunity of calling upon Vikram Sakhuja, Group CEO, Madison Media and OOH. Thank you, Mr. Sakhuja. If I could now have the moment of calling upon Lara Balsara Wajubdar, Executive Director of Madison World. Lara, thank you. And if I could have Rob Norman, Chief Transformation Officer of Madison Media, to please join us. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, the claps need to continue.
Can we also have Balki on stage? Mr. R. Balki is in the audience, so he's already here. Can we have him on stage? And a huge round of applause for him. Thank you.
And of course, how can we leave the moment of calling upon Mr. R. Balki, ladies and gentlemen? A big round of applause. What an honor to have him join us on stage. A renowned Indian filmmaker. And with that, we request our dignitaries to now open the report and unveil at the same time. So let's try and get everything given back to the assistants. And we're going to be getting that big round of applause for all our guests. And may we have all the leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you the much-awaited Pitch Madison Advertising Report 2024. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, the applause needs to be roaring. A continuation of excellence, a continuation of inspiring. Thank you once again to all our leadership. Thank you, and thank you for unveiling and creating this spectacular moment for all of us on stage. Yes. Sure. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that moment was captured so classically on stage, where we had such immense leadership, and we've got the report unveiled. But before we go ahead, we'd request you to keep hashtagging, hashtag PMAR 2024 as one word. But before we go ahead, I'd like to have the presentation and the AV of ABP News, Aapko Rakhe Aage. Well, with that, it is now time for me to go ahead with our next speaker. Well, joining us is going to be Shantanu Khosla, Executive Vice Chairman, Crompton Greaves Consumer Electrical Limited, who's going to be talking on the topic, Where is Marketing Headed? With the unrelenting pace at which marketing technology, channels, and the mediums have been evolving, the question seems to be on everyone's mind as to where we are headed. And I think we couldn't have had anyone better than him to address it. Let's give him a warm, warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And let's call him Mr. Khosla. So,
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you, Sam, for that wonderful report and this ongoing decades of service you do to the industry by maintaining and continuing to update that. Where is marketing headed? Now, this is a very dodgy thing to talk about because the only thing which is certain is that things are going to move faster than I think and probably different from what I think. That's the only guaranteed thing. But let me give it a bash. Let me start with the good. Sam kind of sounded a little pessimistic, but I think the first bit of the good news is this pie is going to keep growing, especially in India, and there's no doubt about it. It might shift from channel A to channel B, but we are an underpenetrated, an underserved, and an under-consuming country by almost all benchmarks. Now, so this pie is going to grow in the lifetime of just about everyone in this room. Technology is moving faster than you can imagine. People who've been around as long as I have and Sam has, when 90% of that spend was in cinema, know how fast technology has changed. The only thing which is certain about technology is it's going to change faster than anyone ever in this room thinks. And that's going to throw up huge opportunities to connect with the consumer. Risks, yes, but every new technology brings risks. But that's good news. For someone of our profession, the other great news, in my opinion, is brands are not going to become less important. They are going to become more important. Our lives, our consumers' lives, are getting more and more complicated. I don't want to spend half an hour on an e-commerce web page or in a modern trade store or in a kirana store deciding which shampoo I want to buy. Brands make that easy for me. So the value of brands are going to only increase with the clutter which is coming in life. And for the advertising profession, that's got to be good news because our fundamental job is to build brands. With the good comes the bad. I almost in my first line out here, first point wrote, advertising equals spam. But then I thought that given the audience I'm speaking to, that may not be politically correct to put it down on paper. But really, who here has not got irritated by WhatsApp business messages? Who has been browsing a web page and tried to kick that little X to close that stupid ad which opens up? It's almost an irritant. In the old days, it was only about switching channel. And who hasn't done that? Who in this room has not, in between cricket overs, switched to the football game and then switched back? So it's, who has time? And that has changed so much. In fact, it's interesting. I mean, we're a week after the Super Bowl. Probably the only event left in the world where people say, I want to see the ads. Doesn't exist anywhere else. Trust. You're going to build brands. You're going to build a relationship. You got to build trust. Trust in our society, on the messages we see, is going one way only. And that's going to keep getting worse, not better. Fragmentation will keep increasing. Now, to be clear, there are two elements, in my opinion, about this fragmentation. One is the element which has existed when there were 300 cable channels. That was also fragmentation. I had much more complicated ways and metrics and numbers to reach and figure out. You know, life was easy when marketing was all about buy one spot on Sunday morning every week on Mahabharat, and I'm done. Right? However, there's a second part of the fragmentation, which is going to get worse. When I used to watch TV, or I used to read my newspaper, I used to watch that communication in a certain environment. It was the same environment whether I was watching Star TV, Sony TV, reading Anand Bazar Patrika or Times of India. Now, when I see it on my phone, I might be hanging on the suburban train. Different environment. I might be, like, to be honest, I was doing, checking the cricket score on my phone in a meeting. Right? The environments are so different. The advertising has to take that environment into account. That is a second very insidious form of fragmentation which will keep occurring. And it's not as simple as saying, I used to make 30 seconders, now let me make 5 seconders. That is a challenge. Fundamentally, the power is now in the hands of the consumer. It used to be push. Now it is pull. I don't really want to listen to your message. I will access, for example, a decade ago when someone used to buy a fan, what did they do? They had the brand in mind, okay, Crompton, good brand. They would ask a neighbor or a friend who they knew had bought a fan recently. Finally, they go to the electrical shop, have a conversation and buy a fan. Today, more than 80% of the people who purchase a fan have gone through a shopper journey digitally on the net somewhere before they arrive at the shop to buy. They pull what they want. They need a fan. Yes, they may start at Google, search words, take them somewhere, but they pull it. The power is not with the brand owner anymore. It is with the consumer. The next slide is specially for bulky. What does not change in winning advertising? It does not matter what technology comes. It does not matter what algorithm you use. Two things don't change. They've been true since PNG made the first soap opera in the 1910s or 1920s. They are true today, and they will continue to be true. Great winning marketing is rooted in the consumer, and it is based on that great idea. I have often told my marketing folks that the number one ROI in marketing is great communication to the consumer. Of course, there's other stuff, but nothing works better than that. This does not change whether you're using AI, whether a 3D hologram is popping off my phone, whatever it may be. This, as marketers, must be changes. What I believe does change, you have to build trust. Ultimately, our most valuable consumers are our loyal consumers. This loyal consumer base will only continue to become more valuable. Brands are like people. You need a relationship you trust. That means you have to be authentic. You can't be seen as spam. You have to show up in a way and when the person wants you or needs you. The other thing which is happening is this whole idea of, and it's going to accelerate, I believe, of purpose. People now, more and more, look for something more. They like to associate themselves with celebrities, with brands, with things whose purpose they understand and whose purpose aligns with their purpose. Now, it doesn't matter whether I agree or disagree with a particular person's ideology or point of view, but as a brand, I must have that purpose. What do I stand for? What am I trying to do? What do I mean for you? Because people now start looking at that. And the fragmentation of social media and the ability and the creation of a two-way communication, where once we used to have a one-way communication, now gives voice to that purpose which people are looking for. And it blows up in your face within less than a minute now. So purpose becomes important in the whole idea of brand building and marketing. Finally, technology. Who knows where technology is going to go? Who knows whether any of our jobs in this room will remain? But the reality is that this technological change is going to come. It's going to accelerate. Artificial intelligence is already happening today. In Crompton, for example, and if we're doing it in Crompton, I'm sure many, many more people are doing it. Today, it is absolutely important to have on-point, fast response on social media, be it a Twitter, be it an Instagram, be it a LinkedIn. We used to try and do that manually. Now we have AI-generated responses, and we know that within 20 minutes, any of them are answered on point and back to the consumer. These tools are going to come more and more. Given this fragmentation, the last thing I'd like to say is I cannot agree more with Sam that there has to be a way to measure multiple media. When it was only simple TV and maybe a little print, you could do it separately. But now, as you have multiple messages going in multiple times, you know, I was, when Sam was presenting, I was mentioning to Vikram, we spend a huge amount of money on e-commerce. But e-commerce is a little difficult to separate because one, you're spending money as a sales channel, but it is also the advertising location for a lot of people. A lot of people today don't necessarily go to Google to look for a brand or product and reviews. They go straight to Amazon, right? So this ability to measure across, which Sam raised, is going to become, I believe, a more and more critical thing for the industry. So with that, thank you very much. And the caveat is, if none of this comes true, it's not my fault. Okay? Take care.
Thank you. Come on. Mr. Khosla, may we request you to please join us back on stage? Mr. Khosla, please, sir, just a couple more minutes. We'd like to have a moment of glory wherein we want you in the center of the stage along with the chairman of Madison World, Mr. Sam Balsara, to give a token of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm, warm round of applause. What an excellent talk this has been. Of course, talking about both the sides of the coin, the good and the bad, and of course, the changes which need to be imbibed to bring that desired result. Once again, a warm, warm round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, come on, let's get it. More in the room, everyone. Hashtag. Gentlemen, they just need that lovely moment. Yes, let's get them in frame. I know the conversations will continue. We've got that. Thank you so much. Well, with that, we have with us our very special speaker next. Rob Norman, who's the Chief Transformation Officer at Madison Media. As we know, Rob's a global digital expert, and today he's going to be sharing with us his thoughts on restoring trust and confidence in digital. Let's warmly welcome him on the stage, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks very much. Pleasure. No, I don't need one of those. Okay, perfect. Let me just make sure I've got this right. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Sam, thanks for having me. Great to spend time with you and Lara, Vikram, Vishal, and the team, and our many, many clients. I'm actually slightly younger than Sam and Shantanu, but not by much. So I will also add a bit of historical perspective. And I've found that when times are really changing, it's important to go back to fundamentals and never lose sight of them. And when I think about media planning and buying, which is the center of Madison's business, it can most easily be described as the process of budget allocation between channels, the optimization of investment within channels, and the process of attributing effectiveness across those channels. That's what we do. And it's a function that's remained unaltered in its purpose for as long as I can remember in my 30-something years in the business. And of course, it's important because it represents the stewardship of one of the biggest cost line items in the near universal marketer pursuit of predictable, profitable growth. Because predictable, profitable growth is, after all, the perennial source of stockholder return, management incentives, and in many of our cases, continuity of employment. So it's unaltered in principle, but not in execution. If you take the long view of advertising and brand marketing, you can observe three distinct epochs: the time before television, the broadcast age, and the on-demand era. And for easing of framing in a US context, these eras lasted until 1950 in the US, when TV reached 50% penetration, and the broadcast age from 1950 to 2010, in which TV dominated all forms of communication and culture, and now since 2010, the on-demand era, at which point broadband passed 50% in the United States. And who knows how long that will last. Perhaps the decade of the metaverse will always be a decade away, or the decade of artificial intelligence has arrived with a bang. The passing of each of these epochs represents tectonic change for marketers and inevitable disruption in sector after sector, from a time of dominance of local brands in history and businesses to the proliferation of national and international brands, aided by an abundance of reach and attention, to the current atomization of both audiences and attention, and the attendant removal in many categories, in media and elsewhere, to barriers of entry. It's likely that media companies, marketers, and their agencies were at their happiest in the broadcast age. It was a time, if you like, of well-organized oligopolies, just the right number of channels, the right number of retailers, the right number of manufacturers in every category. Planning was simple, and outcomes were largely predictable. So as long as you were in the club, it was a very good club to be in indeed. What the broadcast age allowed us to do was build models of efficiency and effectiveness and determine media truths in every category we worked with. We knew how to open a movie. We knew how to maximize store traffic, how to launch a new line, how to optimize reach curves, how to deliver exact frequency, and by and large, solve the famous Wanamaker problem, of which half of my advertising worked. It was a period of great certainty, and specifically certainty in the relationship between the buyers and sellers of advertising, or at least a shared acceptance of and an allowance for its faults and failings. We knew how many people watched a show. We aimed off a bit for wonky samples and bathroom visits. We knew how many people bought, received, or read a magazine, and we had no fear of the atrocious adjacency as a structural risk to brand reputation. We lived in a world in which we were comfortable with being approximately right most of the time. We were comfortable in a world where spending $5 million on a Super Bowl ad only needed 4 people: the buyer, the seller, and the 2 caddies to carry the golf clubs. In an old-fashioned construction, everyone knew where they stood, or at least they thought they did, and that perception was everything. But the broadband era changed everything. Its boosters, of which I was absolutely one, claimed that the old ways were wasteful and unaccountable, that the new ways were precise in terms of audience delivery, in terms of efficient in the elimination of waste, and effective in deriving in performance when it mattered. We, not you, dealt in a world of facts, not faith. Best of all, we dealt in perfect attribution, tying the advertising input to the business effect. Search marketing took that certainty to a whole new level. You didn't even have to pay until someone clicked on your ad. Advertising had finally found its place on the costs of good line on the P&L, and not just some variable general and admin cost, one chilly quarter away from the from a cut. That wasn't the end of the accounting metaphors of the on-demand era. As one advertiser after another committed resources to the Facebook Friends arm race, they did so in the conviction that they were creating a balance sheet asset that allowed them to create a permanently addressable cohort of customers and prospects for maximum lifetime value and minimum lifetime costs. And as many of you will know if you participated in that, that did not end well. Yet, search and social swallowed advertising almost completely in the on-demand age. Consumer attention shifted significantly, and advertiser dollars shifted seismically. Business models that advertisers relied upon for several generations were undermined. Cords were cut, or more accurately, boxes were discarded. Magazine and newspaper sales collapsed as the media that they represented became unbundled. What was less obvious during that time, and not even a talking point to 2015, was that advertisers and agencies had begun trading in a commodity that in truth they barely understood. This lack of transparency was manifested in 4 areas: the area of brand safety, social safety, more important still, transparency, and measurement. And this compromised the media planning and buying process, because with such uncertainty, how do I use inventory if I don't understand it? It's an allocation problem. How do I optimize in formats and for outcomes that are different and hard to quantify? And is last-click attribution to an ad that may not even have been seen an adequate way to steward budgets? And of course, they're all symptoms of a wider malaise. In simpler times, the advertiser knew where he stood. If he bought a back cover of Vogue, every copy on every newsstand would have that ad. If they bought time on television, they could tune in and see it. The speed with which those simple principles broke down in the on-demand age was breathtaking, and advertisers suddenly went from trading in the known to the unknown. I would recommend all of you to follow an Oxford University professor whose name is Rachel Botsman. She has built the first course on trust in the digital world at the Said Business School at Oxford University. She's more than worth your time. I encountered her the first time about 4 years ago at an event that was run by Sky, now part of Comcast, in which she defined trust as having a confident relationship with the unknown. I thought that was very powerful, and I've carried that thought with me ever since. The implication is that we're unlikely to trust what we do not know unless something or someone gives us the confidence to do so. A loss of trust is by extension a loss of confidence. So trust in things can be built by a confidence in people, and our loss of trust in things can lose us to lose trust in people. It's a relative concept rather than an absolute one. Most often, trust and confidence relate to the size of the consequences or the reward in question. So this has a lot of consequences. If you have no confidence, you tend to make suboptimal decisions. You often invest or coalesce around measures that seem to make sense, but often just create false incentives and often create rules that have unintended consequences. All of clicks, last click attribution, viewability and brand safety have created issues that have diverted the industry's time and attention from making advertising a positive force in business, which I define as a productive three-sided contract between consumers, creators, and advertisers. 2024 is firmly in gear, and you might be forgiven for thinking that we're approaching peak distrust. There's distrust in politics, there's distrust in institutions, in enterprises, in the media, and in many cases, distrust in each other. And the rise of AI, and with it, more sophisticated botnets and deepfakes, won't do much to help trust. So herein lies the value of businesses like Madison. Madison is part of both the trust and innovation ecosystems. It works with an ever-changing rota of suppliers and partners that allow its clients to test new opportunities and transact with a degree of confidence in commodities that lack the intrinsic transparency and tangibility of television and print. Madison and its peers, and I think about this from a community point of view and an industry point of view, have an important function. We have to protect advertisers from fraud and appalling context, but we also have to protect publishers and more broadly creators from demonetization and consumers from disinformation. And we have to use the tools that are now available to us as scalpels and not blunt instruments. The effect on the news industry of brand safety tools in the digital world has been almost tragic. To Shantanu's point, never has it been more important to choose your purpose and to choose your partners with care. There are minimum standards in business today that are important. And that standard is that the business works constantly to reduce the environmental and social cost of your operations. It's a totally different idea from the notion of do no evil, because it's impossible to operate a business without any consequence at all. But my own view is that the idea of always progressing, always being better, always taking more responsibility, always building trust is a very effective way to run a business. It allows you to think about doing good and being good as a journey. It allows you to create scorecards around diversity, around inclusion, around sustainability and purpose, and to organize improving those scorecards over time. What these scorecards should do is touch every aspect of the operations of the business, and that includes media and advertising. So when we deploy AI to develop creative assets, we should do them to reflect the cultural mosaic and values of our audiences. When we allocate budgets, we should do it in ways that consider the ownership of media and the implications that those media have for the world. We should be willing to hold our media partners accountable for the content they produce or enable. And we should consider media and data choices through the prism of sustainability and privacy. It's easy to think about all of this as more work, but I think it's a responsibility. We've got an opportunity to respond to changes in society and be great participants. There is increased awareness of social impact, and we, because we affect culture, need to be a leader rather than the follower. We've got a collective responsibility to do more for less and to consider value received relative to both economic and social costs. So for Madison, future success means addressing the issues of the day in partnership with our clients, in partnerships with our seller community, in partnership with our competitor, and in partnership with the media businesses that cover our industry. And I think what we need to think about collectively to make our business better, and for the third time today, is accurate cross-reach media and frequency tools, a meaningful way to understand ad impact equivalence across media, commerce, and communication platforms, and ways of assessing customer journeys in a world where influence is widely distributed and those journeys are never linear. We need to find identity and contextual solutions in a post-cookie world that thread the needle between consumer privacy and advertiser utility. And we need to collect and deploy first-party data, including that data volunteered by the consumer, and data known and exclusive to advertisers. Persuading the CFOs that have great influence over the investment in advertising is a very difficult thing to do, but it's easier to persuade them to that investment if we capture the opportunity by being proactive on working to attribute effect, manage risk, and re-establish trust in all that we do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rob. And with that, if I could have now the Chief Revenue Officer of ABP Network, Rupali Fernandez, to please join us and help us with the token of appreciation to Rob. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm, warm round of applause. And thank you so much, Rupali, for joining us today. And may we request you to please hand over a token of appreciation. A great conversation, ladies and gentlemen. A warm, warm round of applause. And thank you so much, Rob, for restoring the trust and confidence in digital with his incredible talk. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, before we go ahead, it's time for me to cue in for a partner presentation of JioCinema, official streaming partner of Tata IPL. Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for us to move ahead and move to a fireside chat Well, we're talking about inviting our next speaker, Mr. R. Balki, who's an Indian filmmaker and former group chairman of Mullen Low Lintas, India. Well, as the advertising and marketing fraternity gears up for the upcoming IPL next month, with his years of experience and some of the most memorable campaigns to his credit, Mr. Balki is here to talk on ROI on IPL depends on your creative, not media. And how can we not have the pleasure of having the iconic and legendary Mr. Vikram Sakhuja, partner and CEO, Madison Media and OH, to help us curate this chat ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, a big, big round of applause for both our gentlemen to join us on the stage, and let's get an iconic conversation on this stage today. R. Balki in conversation with Vikram Sakhuja. Over to you, gentlemen.
Thank you so much. Balki, it's an absolute pleasure to have you out here.
Thank you.
You know, in everything that we've studied about, everybody says about 50% of any kind of marketing ROI comes from creative. But I don't know whether people are really walking the talk. In less than about a little over a month, IPL is going to start again. Last year, there were 71 advertisers on TV and about claimed upwards of 400 on the digital streaming piece. They spent anything from in single-digit crores to upwards of 100 crores. What is your sense? Are these advertisers actually putting the same amount of thought into the creative that goes into the investment into something as big as an IPL, or are they missing a trick? I'm going to leave it open to you. You talk, and then I'll just keep on coming with some chabis in the middle.
Yeah, thanks, Vikram. Pleasure being here. Hi, guys. The thing is, the title of Not Media was added by Vikram, not me. So, actually, a few years ago, there was a great experience I went through. We were judging some IPL ads, the ads for which came on IPL. And let me tell you, the honest truth is, they were the trashiest ads that you could possibly find. And that really shocked us because, and it's become, I mean, it's not become trashier, but it's remained pretty mediocre all along. And it's very surprising that the most expensive media in the country has possibly the worst quality of ads. And that's really shocking. You're looking at Super Bowl, which just happened day before yesterday, whatever. And we all look forward to the Super Bowl commercials as much as Super Bowl itself. Okay, why can't IPL, which is the premium advertising, let's say, program or the place to be in, and is watched by the most number of people in this country, why can't people produce the best advertising for it? Why can't marketers insist on absolute, top-notch creative? Of course, it's all about the brand, it's all about what the brand stands for. All that having been said, why can't the best creativity be at IPL? Because otherwise you're not getting bang for your buck. You're just kind of being there and saying, okay, more people are watching my brand, somebody will remember it far more than the other kind. That's what's happening today. You're just there in IPL for people to just remember you. What a cost to kind of pay. I mean, for that. You can do so much more with it. And we are doing all kinds of manipulations to get our brands to places. Unlike, most countries, we have such a simple audience. They watch cricket. And some of the worst ads are on cricket. We have a captive audience right through. It's just not IPL. Across the World Cup, across a lot of matches which are happening. Millions and millions of people, and we are searching for ways to attack people through that medium and this medium and that medium, and you just don't give it to them when they're watching it. They're there. And we spend so little time. Everybody is in a rush to make IPL ads. I mean, why is this rush to make IPL ads? Shouldn't that be the rush through the year to kind of wait for IPL? It is damn expensive. Okay, I read somewhere that a Super Bowl 30-second spot, whether it's digital, whether it's streaming, or whether it's on television, it's about $7 million for a 30-second spot. Comparatively, the ad spend, the cost of an ad would be about 60 lakhs for a 30-second spot. Little less, 50, 45, something like that. 45 lakhs in our currency, in our scheme of things, is damn expensive for one spot there. And how much of thought and how much of safe, people are playing so safe and so regressive on the most expensive platform out of fear. You know, sometimes fear makes you do the most ridiculous things of actually wasting all the money, because nobody should tell me that, you know, I didn't do the right thing. You did the right thing, but nobody saw it. Or people saw it and forgot about you. Or people didn't even think about you. Where you had the chance of a lifetime, there are millions watching. Come on, yeah, bombard me. Can my ad be better than the program that I'm watching? Or as interesting as the program that I'm watching? And that's a program made for that. You need your ad to be more exciting than IPL. Otherwise, advertising on IPL is a waste of time. Forget the figures, forget the viewership, forget all the stuff that happens. You are not rewarding the viewer. You are not using the viewer. It's like, you know, it's like, I keep saying this, it's like, you know, a great filmmaker, a great actor, people are rushing to kind of watch his movie. You don't even need publicity to some of these big stars or these big filmmakers, big franchises, when they kind of release a film. You have a captive audience, you have millions of people already wanting to see it. You just have to kind of, you know, be above their expectations. We're just cashing in on the fact they're coming in there and saying, okay, we've got our money, and say, screw them.
So say a bit more on this. What do you find about today's stuff that's trashy, and how do you like the brief to be given to an agency which makes them sort of...
I don't even need to say that. You all see IPL ads.
Yeah,
how
but
many,
decode it for us, because I'm sure the
it's
advertisers
safety. Look at the
don't
ads.
think it's trashy.
No, I think the advertising don't think, no advertiser will come and say, or no creative person or no agency will ever come and say its advertising is trashy. They will all have reasons for it. They will all say the brand is going through this cycle, or the brand's going through that cycle, or we need this in this market. There are millions of ways to kind of, you know, justify anything under the sun. But you know a damn ad. You know, of course it should talk to the consumer, but is it making him interested while you're talking to him or her? It's so ridiculous. When was the last great ad that you saw on IPL?
You tell me one which according to you was really a great ad and the IPL used well.
I think the last, Swiggy used to use it very well. You know, Swiggy did some interesting advertising on IPL. But by and large, and I'm talking, I mean, I may be forgetting right now which one or two things I may have forgotten, which may have been good. But look at the number of advertising, look at the amount of advertising on IPL, look at the amount of things that you can remember. You know, and we've forgotten this entire thing. We've all become afraid. It's just not an IPL, of course, in all other places. We've become more and more afraid. And to Shantanu's, you know, thing of saying creativity is, I mean, creativity is a bad word. It's actually a buzzword for things that don't work. You know, in marketers' heads, creativity is something that is, it's a phrase, a polite phrase given for things that don't work. I actually believe it's the only thing that makes things work. And I'm talking about that kind of creativity which makes things work. But I'm saying there is an extraordinary amount of fear that is in marketers' heads today. I've never seen this before. And actually, we've regressed in communication, we've regressed in advertising like never before. The quality of advertising, the quality of thinking, the quality of ideation, of course, it comes with a lot of theory why it's right, okay? But it doesn't, you know it's not right. You've got to read 1,000 pages of theory to think it's right. But it's not right. You're not making use of the fundamental power of advertising, which is to charm me, which is to capture me, which is to make me smile, which is to make me laugh, which is to make me want to watch it again. An ad has to be as interesting as the content, first, number one. If it is not, it's a waste of time. I genuinely believe if marketers start looking at it, and if pressure is put actually on marketing heads, by heads of companies, to kind of really make, if you're going to take a very expensive program, is what I'm putting out crackerjack? Are people going to sit and applaud? Why can't we have a reel of the best IPL ads? Why can't we be the Super Bowl of the world? Here, we've got the best sport, we've got the best tournament, we're tom-tomming the whole world that, you know, it's fabulous and we've created history out here, but we don't have ads to show for it. And most importantly, I always believe in this. We are a country which gets into quality a lot later than quantity. Okay, we just believe, okay, we've got the numbers, we've got the figures and everything else. The Quality, we put it on every other aspect of life. We say our roads are bad, this is bad, that's bad, this is bad, everything is bad. Okay, we're doing, say, somebody will come and make an announcement, we've done 1,500 kilometers of roadways, of roads we've built this year. But we'll go around saying this road is bad, that road is bad, this road is bad. But we never look at it when it comes to what we are doing out there. We're kind of spending tons and tons of money. We're not looking at quality in the tons and tons of money. And we're defining quality wrongly. We're defining quality very conveniently. We're defining quality in fear. And we're losing the part of advertising, which is to actually live in fear. Advertising is a bit of a gamble, and it will always be a bit of a gamble. And it has to be that. Great movies are a bit of a gamble. You just don't know. You think most things are right, you do it as commonsensically as possible, and you take that leap. After all, that common sense. And that leap, if that gamble a person is not willing to take, that person should not be advertising ever, because advertising is a gamble.
You've used the word fear a few times, and people are trying to play safe. Is the problem right now lying with the agencies or the advertisers, or both?
I don't know if agencies have enough of a voice to be a problem today. I just believe that a lot of it, of course, finally the creators are the agencies, they must take the blame for it. But I think it's got a lot to do with marketers. It's got to do a lot to do with marketers who are not pushing the agencies to kind of deliver the kind of work that is going to make people as interested in the ads as in the program. Because sometimes I just believe the ambition of the marketer dictates the quality of advertising. I think the ambition is about more, I shouldn't look bad, then I should fly. And fly is a gamble. You need to take gambles to fly. You can always be where you are, and nobody will notice you, and nobody will curse you, nobody will praise you. You can go on very safely. But if you want to fly, you've got to take that gamble. Be willing to be trashed a bit, But I think 90% of the time, when you do take a very sense, when you've got your thoughts right, when you've got your common sense in place, and when you take the leap, you will fly. And to me, the bigger aspect of it is not so much of marketers and advertisers. It is we have a program. We have something that beats the media maze that we are in. We've got a ready-made thing called cricket in this country, okay? Which, I mean, we just watch cricket. All along we watch cricket. If just we advertise, if everybody said, I want to advertise in cricket, and did the best ads in cricket, I think most of your problems would be solved. Most of companies' problems would be solved. They got the right strategy, did the best work on cricket. I remember, like, for once upon a time, brands like Havells and a lot of brands, even a lot of Unilever brands were built on cricket. Now very few of those brands take cricket, actually, are not doing cricket for some strange reason. Maybe because it's too expensive, or maybe because they believe that their kind of advertising does not need cricket. That to me itself is a little bit of, why is this happening?
Let me ask you a media question, which is that, to answer, a lot of advertisers feel that end of day it's all about reaching people with my message, and it's maybe cheaper to reach my message by taking a bunch of spots across a lot of TV programs rather than a very expensive IPL. From your standpoint, do you think advertising on an IPL, how is it qualitatively different from building more reach or same reach, much cheaper through, say, dramas and movies and other news programs and so on and so forth?
No.
Do you think that entire environment of an IPL or maybe a Big Boss, does that help a brand if you have to put an ad there?
No, it's not so much the environment. Just now, I think we've heard enough of conversation. Everybody's talking about it, about the consumer attention span, because he or she's not interested in your message. It's like almost like you're forcing something through that to that person. We all know the amount of distraction that we have. We all know the amount of content that we're not watching. We are kind of, flooded with content today. There is more demand there is more supply than demand. We're not able to watch. We're actually watching a little less than what we used to watch because there's too much of it. Now, in that environment, if you're just talking of reach, I've reached you. So what? A lot of things reach people, but do they ever open it? A lot of things kind of this thing. Do they ever kind of see it? Do they ever interact with it? Do they ever react to it? They may see it, but do they react to it? I think there is a difference between reach and reach successfully. But reach successfully means I reach, thank you, hello, how are you? I'd like to kind of see you again. It's proper reach. And for that, you really need to be damn interesting. We've forgotten to be interesting. We are actually a race that is watching so many things happening all across the world. Everything's interesting, bombarding you. Insta reels are far more interesting. Your reels, every day you're getting things, videos that are far more interesting. And advertising, I have seen meetings where people are laughing at a reel or videos which are fascinating, which are some really funny stuff, and they're discussing a very boring ad. How is it possible? How is it possible for a human to be inhuman at the same time? I mean, it's like that. It's in 5 seconds. It's the same brain that's going to see both. It's the same eyes that are going to see both. Same heart that's going to process both. What's happened to our world? Why is advertising, which is supposed to lead social change, which is supposed to lead fashion trends, which is supposed to lead behavioral change, which is supposed to kind of, give me a catchphrase, give me a slang, give me new things, or give me a new attitude. Why is it following so way behind culture? We're supposed to set the trends. We're not supposed to follow, hey, what's that new catchphrase, what's that new slang that's going on social media? Let me use that in my ad and say I'm in touch with the youngsters out there. It's stupid.
On this entire element of be brave, just be more interesting.
It's not just be brave. It's not just be brave. Brave is a funny word, and just not be interesting. It's about be leading. I mean, think so that you can lead. Set trends. We are following trends today. We're all about studying trends. Sometimes this whole thing, whenever we have a problem in advertising, a lot of people who are in all other kinds of businesses in advertising spring to make sense out of this maze. Actually, the sense still is in the same place. Sense is about beating the maze. Sense is about beating the maze by being more interesting. We don't need so much more confusion to kind of understand the confusion. Today what's happening is we're reveling in understanding the confusion with a lot more confusion. Nobody's having a solution. We're saying digital, we're saying television, we understand what digital is. We understand what it is. The same damn shit goes into all this stuff. When you say digital advertising out here, a lot of that would be IPL on Hotstar or IPL on something else. That would be digital advertising. Okay, a lot of it, at least 50% of that would be that. It's not going to be anywhere else. So what are we talking about? We're still saying the same damn stuff. We're just using a different kind of a thing to see it. Of course, yeah, attention span is less. But trust me, if you have a great ad, that person will say, hey, ad dekha kya? Who says that today? Who says ye ad dekha kya? Why are we spending crores to kind of just put that ad out there and nobody's noticing me? If I can do lots of other things, I'll get noticed with 100 that money. Jumping, what chip? Imagine a company spending that kind of money. What is the logic of reach? I don't understand it. I don't get it. I don't get it that we've stopped using just common sense.
So that's a clarion call for just, trying to lead the thinking with your brand by, whatever you do on other stuff, like your Instagrams and all the rest of it, you're not using the same yardsticks to actually do your own advertising, which is so important for you.
True, but you're not even doing that in life. You want to see all kinds of interesting places in the world. You want to eat great food. You want to do everything else, but you want to create boring stuff. So at one point in time, I was so angry, thing. I said, and Sam, this is a fantastic business opportunity. I'm just giving it to you on a platter, but take it. I think after that judging process, I wanted to say, let's start an agency which starts in November and shuts down in April, okay? Which is, we'll do ads only for IPL. The most premium stuff, most premium media. How much do you spend on media? The creative will be absolutely premium. If it's not premium, don't pay us. It's absolute premium, absolute kind of thing. 6-month agency, folds up, bye-bye, see you in November. Okay? Really want to do that. And Sam, you want to do it, please do it. Okay? And it's a fabulous thing because we are starved on the most expensive medium. We are starved of ideas. We're starved. We are throwing money in the air. And you're crazy. We're just happy that our valuation's going up because we are seeing advertising on IPL and people think we're a big brand. And we just notice because we're bombarding them. Every match of IPL, our name comes out, their ads come out, then we think we've done damn well. Rubbish. Imagine if we've done a damn good ad. how much more famous you would have been. So the lost opportunity is never kind of calculated in the final balance sheet. It's always that how much we've done by being mediocre.
So by the same token, I think you mentioned it, but I just want to reconfirm. Do you think the advertising that you have to do, say for IPL, on TV and on digital, say Geo Cinema, needs to be same? Or does it, or does just the sheer format of a digital thing change things?
No, of course you can do a lot more things with digital.
Is the syntax different there?
The syntax is not very different. The idea may not be very different. Even the execution may not be different, but they can do added things with that particular execution on digital, which you may not be able to do with television, because there's so many other interactive things that you can do on digital which you can't do with this stuff. And there are so many more interesting things which an idea can develop into on digital which you can't do on television. So digital is actually hugely advantageous. It can actually make it a lot more creative than what it is. Strangely, it's making us, retract, become smaller, then become bigger.
Anything that you've seen on digital that has blown your mind?
What I see, I don't see television these days. We all watch only digital. So what we're watching is basically all the ads and all this stuff. I don't think I've watched, first of all, any ad that has blown my mind for a long time. But on cricket, I don't know. I think if maybe over a coffee and a cigarette, I might be able to think of a couple of things. Okay. Nothing's kind of just coming out, hitting at me and say, wow, what an ad. I haven't seen that. I saw 10 Super Bowl commercials yesterday. All of them, costing $7 million to air once, and the whole world has seen it. What a fantastic experience would be that if we did an ad once and the audience actually demanded for it to be screened again in IPL. That would be the day when we won't screen it, pay for it. It'd be great kind of stuff to kind of do. Why can't we just be more adventurous? Why can't we be more ambitious? We have a platform. We have no confusion. The consumer is not distracted. He is watching IPL. He is watching cricket. She is watching cricket. They are all watching cricket. Everybody is watching cricket.
Shantanu was talking about how it can become the entire pull versus the push, where consumers, with all this distraction, if they can find something interesting, they'll ask for it. And you're saying that an interesting ad can be one such way to do that.
Hugely. And that's what ads are supposed to be. You're supposed to kind of stop in whichever environment and say, wow, what is this? You're distracting, you should not be able to. If you're more distracted, the ad is going to be even more interesting. And that's all it is.
Okay. Just a more general question. In the years that you've been out of active agency life, how have you seen the agency side? Let's not flagellate the advertisers, but how has the agency, or the creative agency ecosystem changed?
I think I would want to say they. I'm saying we, because I still believe I'm in advertising, and I will always be advertising. We're all swimming in confusion. Okay, we're using confusion as almost like, sound of doomsday here, that's coming there, God knows what's happening. Let's make this person happy, that person happy. Let's kind of maintain the business. But a lot of people haven't changed from the way they've kind of been doing business before. It's exactly the same, with a few different kind of expressions in meetings and presentations or whatever. But I think this agency structure shockingly remains the same. That itself is kind of amazes me why it is the same. And what is more shocking is, while ad access are growing, while people are spending more on advertising, I don't think advertising agencies themselves are growing. That's shocking. That actually means that people are not seeing the value of an idea. People are not saying, hey, only you can give me that idea. People are saying, anybody can give me these ideas. So therefore, the money is going down. Because I'm not able to charge a premium to a person if that person does not believe that only I can produce the idea. It's a simple thing. Advertising is also about, you pay a professional, you trust a professional because that professional does a damn good job. And you believe that professional is the professional I want to go with. If you can say that to advertising, if you say that to an advertising agency and say, nobody but them can do that stuff, then you're rocking. And I thought and I think something like an IPL or something like a showcase where people are seeing your advertising can be a big reboost for advertising. Also, I also believe that a way to do it, even for IPL, and I want to speak to somebody at Geo too about it, is they also look at it quantity. They also look at 2.3 crore viewers. They have that little thing at the corner of the screen. No? They go to 4.5, 5.5. I just believe they also made it like a flagship platform for advertising to say, improve the quality, reward better advertising. Say at the end of the year, at the end of the tournament, if you were to have a jury and they were to select the 3 best ads and they were to return, let's say, if your advertising is the best, I would give you 15% of what you spent on IPL back to you. I mean, it's just a thing to push the entire thing. It's fabulous. I mean, look at the amount of people who will be. Finally, the value of a platform doesn't increase just on numbers. You can go from Hotstar, you can go to Geo, you can go to this thing. You're just depending on stuff. It also can elevate it qualitatively. You know, wow, I'm going to see the best on Geo. I'm going to see the best of ads. I'm going to see the best of matches. How does a platform also guarantee that? You can do that too. There are ways to kind of incentivize advertisers to produce better advertising.
You know, the word trust has been used twice. Shantanu talked about it, Rob talked about it. If this entire, the brave new world of advertising that we would like to get back to, how do we get the clients to trust the agency? I mean, because somewhere along the line, it's how do we make it from a vicious to a virtuous cycle?
See, I don't think that there is a process for this. Because there can't be a process for this entire thing. I think it has to be done by one example. The moment you have one example of something, you will see lots of people following. The moment you have one incentive, I really believe Geo can do this. I really believe Geo can actually say, this year we're focusing on the quality of advertising on IPL. We will reward the 3 best campaigns. You will see a marked change in advertisers. Suddenly, oh shit. The entire logic will be reversed and saying something to justify the same logic. Okay, but it has to be done by example. Somebody has to fight the system. Some advertiser has to fight their system internally. Some advertiser has to take, it will happen. It's going to happen very fast because this kind of blowing up of money for absolutely low returns like this is not going to be tenable for too long. So it will happen, but to speed it up, I sincerely hope that somebody really slogs their butt off, pushes the system, and fights it actually requires a lot of resilience to fight the system, to get that breakthrough and set an example on cricket or IPL. On cricket, a lot of people, look at Vodafone, look at a lot of stuff that had happened before. Look at Idea was in cricket, Vodafone was in cricket. All these were built on that stuff. They were flagship advertising cricket. That's not happening on IPL. Somebody has to fight the system today, be resilient enough. It's going to take a lot of effort, both from the advertiser as well as the agency. But once that's done, you will find the floodgates open. You will see people coming out. It's not that we've suddenly become creativeless kind of an industry. No, there are fantastic brains all over. There are fabulous people. Somehow the system has got into a shell of saying, we don't know really what's happening. Does advertising really work? And they're still spending crores while still asking the same question, does advertising really work? They're saying it very softly, but they're still spending money because they don't know the truth of it. Because you can't say it doesn't work, because they may lose a big opportunity. So, does it work? It works, it doesn't work. So, okay, let me spend a little bit of money. Let me not put too much of effort, into too much of brains and creativity and all that shit. That word creativity has gone out of this system. It doesn't exist anymore. So that thing and all that stuff is there. We just kind of pass the thing, just sail through.
Ladies and gentlemen, wake-up call from Balki, a rebel with a cause.
Thank you, guys.
Put your hands together.
Check. Thank you so much, and may we request you to please be on the stage, and if I could have the Head Sales Excellence and Agency Partnership Hindustan Times, Mitesh Desai, to please join us and help us with a token of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, a big, big round of applause. What a captivating session this has been, through all the smiles on your faces, and I'm sure through this session, kudos, the creativity is going to stay alive. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, much more noise for none other than Mr. R. Balki. And requesting the 3 of you, all our leadership, to be in the center. Let's get that one picture perfect moment. Thank you so much once again. And as we are going ahead with our next talk, before that, if I could cue in for our partner presentation of Hindustan Times, What Makes a Story Great? So, well, it's now time for us to go ahead to our next very interesting segment. We're honored we have with us the Chief Executive Officer of ABP Network, Avinash Pandey, who will be joining us to share his views on recovering the keys from the digital giants. We couldn't have had anyone better than him on this platform. Let's heartily welcome him with a warm, warm round of applause. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, much more applause in the audience.
Well, I wanted to ask Balki, but he left. But Vikram, you can answer. Does the creativity suffering? Is creativity suffering because of too much of emphasis on data, programmatic advertising, and performance marketing, wherein 2 seconds ad, 2-second view is counted as an ad? So if you have to show something in 2 seconds or 6 seconds, then I do not know what creativity we're talking about. Friends, fellow industry peer, distinguished guests out here, colleagues, a very warm good evening to you. I have been voicing about this since last 1 month. I spoke also on this subject in DNPA. Those of you who attended it, please pardon me for this. I can say it clearly, it is one of those days where it is not easy to read the room. While we are here to emphasize various truths about the current media landscape, let me start by saying that first of all, what Sam said, what Mr. Khosla said, that television is here to stay. Where in the world you'll get in $3, 300 channels to watch every single month, right? And India, which has still media dark areas where people are still growing. What Piyush Goyal told me once, that once electricity is supplied in a household to supply for the pumping for the water for agricultural areas, the first thing that they do, they buy a TV set. And they put a plug for the pumping, but instead of putting the pump there, they first buy a TV set and put in there. Now the same guys are buying connected devices, which we are going to talk about in this. So television is here going to stay, and its impact will remain unparalleled. And how it is going to be, we'll talk about it. In the big tech world of Gamma, which we famously call Google, Apple, Meta, and Amazon, TV still controls more mind than what digital world may have played. And digital world, which has so many platforms, and as the digital world is finding to its own peril, the storyteller of the future is going to be increasingly platform agnostic. If one platform loses its relevance, there is another one out there. Which is why it is important to remember that though the internet connects with staggering about 510 million plus viewers monthly, television is still about 843 million as per the ComScore. TV right now is generating a colossal about 1.5 billion impressions annually, and a standstill. I'm deliberately not quoting Vikram Bag's figure. It is still ComScore. The digital realm has such an irresistible allure that I agree with this, that a digital presence is no longer a luxury but a necessity for most brands. However, the established brands, digital serves as a supplementary tool rather than a game changer. and it came out in Sam's presentation also, that at the forefront of the television advertising today, industry titans like Reckitt, HUL, P&G, Godrej, Coke, Colgate, Wipro, Reliance, and Asian Paints reign supreme. While they explore the digital sphere, their commitment to television remains unwavering. A few brands even today, and us in news business work on those brands a lot, consider TV as the only lifeline remaining which is conspicuously absent in the digital era. Winnie Cosmetics, for example, Agrotech Foods, Sona Biscuits, Raja Udyog, these are Indian companies. When they start advertising, and our team in news companies go out to smaller towns and cities and talk to these manufacturers and bring them into advertising fold. Sam, if you remember, me and you worked together with Fiki to educate the value of advertising in small towns, and we must have brought more than 200 clients into advertising fold during those campaigns in 3 months. So talking about brands, cast your mind back to late 90s and early 2000 when Whirlpool actually surged ahead, overshadowing stalwarts like Godrej, just through their thunderous presence on the TV screens. Patanjali, all of us admit that, is a brand built largely over TV. Largely what? It was only on TV for many years before they ventured into anything else. There are numerous brands which you may know because of TV. It must be flat out honest. Let me say, Saria category, or the building material category, what we call, is largely built by television. In fact, one Saria clients start advertising, another Saria clients join in, and you'll find a lot of these Saria clients buying laptops, branding to ad bands to everything on television channel. To reaffirm my point, with the growth of digital, TV is still the most affordable source of media, and it is grossly underpriced. The reach is, of course, spans, symmetrical, and for brands and advertising, budget for TV is still highly valued proposition. It is, as per the last Pitch Madison advertising report, which Sam you presented, traditional media ad index share was about 62% in 2022, and absolute terms grew over by 14%. TV still was supreme. 2023 also mentioned split of traditional of digital ADEX was 55,000 crore to 34,000 crore. So what is causing this disruption in the whole business of creativity, what Balki also talked about? Due to COVID pandemic, significant transformation has happened in our industry, transition from traditional platform to digital media. And you may say that the news viewership is digressing or moving to YouTube or Meta or any other platform, but we all know that they are still consuming the content in the video format which is produced on TV. And Sam, it is for us to discuss, which also Balki slightly mentioned it, but I think he was very angry with the way the creativity is, so he could not emphasize on that point. But look at it, what is happening in our system? What are we calling digital? A mode of signal delivery to the same content. So today, let's say assume that on an average, a TV news channel is delivering 50 to 60 million through traditional cable network. About 20 million of them are watching on connected devices, whether through YouTube, their own apps, or etc. So the emergence of CTV and other ways of consuming content have only brought a new set of on-demand audience. And we say fresh eyeballs are now watching TV content, be it YouTube, Meta, or through connected TV. Initially for TV business, and this is a very important point for advertisers, advertising agencies, and us, that for hundreds of years, Sam, this system was a very close-knit system. We produced content. We went to advertising agencies to sell space between the two content break, to sell ads. And looking at the platform, creative companies designed ads, which Balki also spoke about, and then we inserted into that platform, whether it is an IPL, whether it is a news channels or a documentary program. People used to wait for The World This Week or the Pranay Roy's program until he last anchored. There was a symbiotic relationship between the client, agency, and publisher. It was a close group. An agency plays a very important role in bridging this gap between content creators and brands. As I said, the ecosystem of publisher, advertiser, and client was a closed loop. So for example, even in newspaper business, when the newspaper was produced, it was put on a cart which you used to own. It used to deliver to the delivery boy, which was your employee. That delivery boy finally gave it to a hawker, which used to work for you and deliver it at your home. What in your famous lecture on Subhash Ghosal Memorial Lecture, what Arun Puri pointed out, that print is the only business where it continues to get distributed even if someone is not consuming. But it was a closed-knit system. And that is how the advertising delivery happened. Advent of digital era has disrupted all of this. The power of distribution has gone out of the hand of the media owners. And that is not the only problem for media owners. It is reflecting in your ADEX report and decline in advertising, decline in the creativity, and etc. In a nutshell, if a brand walked up to me today through an agency and just asked me where they want to place the product on our network, and I could manage the supply to assure the client that where exactly ads are placed. The client knows that which kind of audience it is reaching, agency knows what kind of audience it is reaching. It can observe it physically by watching it. Today, if you place an ad, and I can share an example with you of our own campaign, it is human nature that what you don't consume yourself, it is very difficult to assume others are enjoying it. Okay? At AVP Network, like all media companies, in your list there are media companies who are on top advertising categories in top 50 or top 20. We also advertise a lot. And once we decided that we'll only take Meta platform for advertising. And we spent tons of money for that. I have my colleagues sitting here who were a party to it. And we targeted a group of people, advertising community between the age group of 25 to 40, largely working in multinational. And I wanted 3 times that ad to be seen. Our agency, India's largest media company, they said that you have reached 5 times. Job is done. After which, we went for a presentation to a big beverage client in Gurgaon. And we had targeted Gurgaon. And the first slide, my colleague had put that ad. And one of my other colleagues said, why you are putting this ad in the first place? Because they must have seen it. Let's move to the second slide once they come. I said, I bet upon you. And I put a bet on that. I said 50,000 rupees. The other person said, no, it's heavy, 10,000. I said, okay. 3 people walked in. All 3 of you are well known to most of us. And they said, what is this ad about? And I asked them, are you not on Facebook? They said, yeah. Did not you see this ad? I said, no. And that is the difference between placing an ad on television and digital. We have a very large digital business, which I'm coming to that, and how we can help this work. Currently, the predominant digital platforms are overshadowing the traditional disruption channel with a significant shift of power towards the big tech companies. Distribution mechanisms have become more complex, and advertising serving technologies has undergone substantial changes, resulting into what we call the degree of chaos in the industry. Creativity, which Balki spoke about, a cornerstone of media, has suffered. And we all realize this, as clients have expressed dissatisfaction with the current digital scenario. Advertisers whose primary goal is to create demand for its users find themselves grappling with the new challenges presented by the digital landscape. As a publisher, we don't control our own inventory today, because that power has been taken away from us by the big tech. They decide that what you are going to watch. And I'll give you another interesting data. FICCI data, Government of India data is showing that digital consumption in India is going up, right? People are consuming more and more content on digital, and I'm seeing him here, he's going to present it next. The e-commerce has gone up. The use of e-rupee has gone up, e-money has gone up, digital penetration has gone up, mobile penetration has gone up. But what they are showing is that the media consumption through the traditional media owners have declined. How is that possible? So as a publisher, because we don't control our inventory, they own both the supply side and demand side, I am not in a position to tell you with all honesty that I can provide the demography and the geography that you are asking for. So can we reverse this funnel? There is a growing realization that power needs to be reclaimed from the big tech companies. And there must be an advocacy for shift through regulatory mechanism, and the aim is to restore the balance in the news industry. Let us look at the duopoly of Google and Meta in the current Indian market. As per the ComScore, the news information space is also encroached by Meta and Google with at least 90% or more penetration in the total internet audience. They are supposed to have some overarching users and some share of revenue through different boundaries to overlap. But if you look at the profit and loss statement and revenues of Google, it would be outbidding all of us combined. There should be call to reverse this funnel, because if there is no incentive for media owners to produce content which is engaging, I do not know how we are going to create an environment for a healthy advertising. In a recently released EY report at DNPA Conclave, it highlighted that digital media is generating advertising revenue totaling to about 41,000 crore in India. However, news generating companies received a 4% share out of this. I do not have the data right now, but I can safely tell you about 70%, 65 to 70% of the consumption on Google and Meta has happened because of news items. Okay. It is just about 1,500 crore for my Digital News Publisher Association out of that 41,000 crore. EY also reports that 44% of the revenue of digital publisher is also allocated towards customer acquisition and technology development. So what is happening now is that because they arrive at an algorithm to reach to a certain consumer, you change your backend at the publishing side to reach to those consumer. By the time you have invested, gone to the market, and slowly starts getting advertising, they change the algorithm. And they say, now you work on this new algorithm, because this is what will take us to the new set of audience. Basically, what we have done, we have expanded our operation, entering the digital sphere, and the cost of expansion was thrown on the media owners. The inventories are created through our digital content, again coming at our expenses, and we also spend a lot to acquire new users through these intermediaries, what is called the big tech. Now, when the turn is to get a sizable share of the revenue generated, which has been riding on our back all this time, we get only a small portion. And I do not know how many of us know this, but 100 rupees spent by an advertiser on digital medium, less than 20 rupees comes to a publisher. The medium has just reversed. For hundreds of years, that money was 80 rupees. My friends in Jio are trying to turn it around, and I hope they're able to do it sooner than later. But this is the major issue today in the industry. What incentive a publisher has got to create content suitable for your advertising in a digital environment, when out of 100 rupees client is spending, we are only getting 20, and earlier we were getting 80. So that is why I'm proposing that let us go back to our original ways. For TV or digital, if you want anything to be delivered to any kind of audience, let's deal directly. We can create those environments for you. What you call, we will deliver as media owners, publishers across the country. Instead of approaching big tech for buying programmatic advertising or performance marketing, if you reach to the publisher, they can actually guarantee you, saying that this is the audience, I will show it to you. So seamlessly through newspaper, television, and on the same platform on digital, you know that this is where you are consuming. And Sam, I'll also use this platform to tell it to our publishing partners. What has happened is that I was delivering news in a particular house through hawker, through cable, right? When big tech came, they said, look, this is you're delivering already. I am going to a new environment. I am reaching out to the new set of consumer, and hence you come and start curating content for them. Instead of looking at it in the same household, while the elderlies are watching television and reading newspapers, the youngsters are not doing so. So instead of reaching to them, they started expanding the market and reaching out to more number of people by creating content, saying that it's for the young age. There is no creativity which is not liked across age group. And there is no news item which are not relevant across age group. It is only created by mindless algorithms that companies are marketing and selling these. I mean, if it's watching 2 seconds for an ad is counted as an ad watched, while on television we are saying 1 minute watch is an ad watch, then what kind of creativity difference that we are talking about in the market? We'll never be able to solve this problem. And that is why it is very important that we reach out to the publisher. The advertising agency, client, and publisher should work together and say that, look, we will create this environment to reach out to X amount of audience, and that we'll use the big tech. We are not saying that we will not use the big tech. We'll use the same big tech to reach to our audience in the same household where we are delivering television and newspaper. And that is, and if this does not change, this change is not done by the big tech itself by giving us 80% of our money, then what Union Minister Anurag Thakur just said the other day, that if they want to play the role of a godlike, then we are going to act. Union Minister of State for Electronics and Information Technology, Rajiv Chandrasekharji, said that there is an asymmetry between the digital news publisher and a big tech platforms over revenue sharing model. And he said that if you don't solve this problem sooner, we will act. So it is not the first time that the big tech and publisher will go out for an all-out battle. It has already happened in Australia, Canada, France, and European Union. And we have taken initiative through our own legislative procedure to act on it. Australia's head-on collision against tech giants over the news media bargaining code is something to be very closely looked at. And it's very interesting. When they went ahead, Australia faced a threat from Google and Facebook, including the potential loss of access to the Google's search engine. Facebook in February 2021 wiped news links from their platform, causing 13% drop in traffic to the news websites in Australia. By the way, something on a similar scale is already happening in India. All my industry friends are here can attest it that instant articles, a glorified feature by Facebook, for publisher is now a thing of the past. Around 90% of the news links just do not get traction in the Indian market on Facebook handles. It is what Mr. Miller called the post-work America's consumption model of planned adolescence. Back in Australia, even some within the industry argued that the bargaining code was aimed to subsidize the media's struggle with online competition for advertising. Bloomberg, in op-ed, wrote that there is a misdiagnosis of journalism's business model. However, we have outcome from Australia in front of us, and Google and Facebook eventually paid up and struck deals with the news organization. We are right now also talking to regulators here to make this model viable. Both for digital and TV, I am urging all publisher and bodies to be united for advertisers and clients. And my request to them is that let's work together. Three of us can still create those creativity, good content, and reach. Call it a war, if you will, but it will be a civilized war. But for us, three of us has to come together. Remember that big tech is focused on grabbing the attention of and engaging with consumers, where the TV and traditional media is oriented towards accuracy and independence. Let us not throw that out. Everything good about the analog world is our race to or for a digital utopia. Let's save journalism, let's save the media, and let's save the creativity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pandey. Thank you for joining us today. And with that, if I may request you to please step in the center. And can I have the opportunity of calling upon Raj Naik, the Managing Director of House of Cheer, to help us in giving a token of appreciation. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, an iconic moment right there. The legend himself, Raj, thank you so much for honoring us with your presence. And let's get the token of appreciation to be given from Raj to Avinash. Almost sounds like a great rhyme. Come on. A lot of cheer, everyone. Yes. 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 Thank you so much. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, as we spoke about coffee already, let's break in for a tea and coffee break. for 15 minutes. Let's regenerate ourselves and see us on the other side with Abhik Singhi's session. Thank you all for being so kind with your time. In next 15 minutes, would request you to, there are 3 booths, so ensure that you do not muddle around just one booth. There are 3 coffee booths for the convenience of the audience. Thank you. Check. Ladies and gentlemen, may we request you all to please join us back in the main hall from the pre-function area. If you still haven't finished your tea and coffee, feel free to bring the cups inside. Thank you. Check. May we request everyone from the pre-function area to kindly step inside. Thank you. We're about to resume. May we request everyone to step back in the main hall from the pre-function area. Thank you. While the conversations can continue, may we request you all to please step back inside the main hall as it's time to resume. Also, if you're still having your cup of coffee or tea, feel free to bring the cups inside. As we feel time is of the biggest asset, let's start. Thank you. May we request everyone to please step in the main hall from the pre-function area. Ladies and gentlemen, may we request you all to kindly settle down. We'll have ample more opportunities to continue the conversations. We hope that hot cup of tea and coffee has regenerated your spirits, and of course, we hope that we continue the energy and enthusiasm. May we request all our dignitaries to kindly settle down. With that, it's time for me to cue in the partner presentation of ABP News, Aapko Rakhe Aage. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being so kind with your time, and it is now time to continue the conversation. Well, we're looking at inviting our next speaker, but before that, we have certain interesting figures to set the background. Well, according to the FICCI EY M&E report 2023, while Indian advertising growth continued to outperform its GDP growth in 2021 and 2022 with a meager 0.4% of the country's GDP, it's still lower than the developed markets like USA, Japan, and China, signaling further room for growth. And on that note, we are privileged to have with us Mr. Abhik Singhi, who's the Managing Director and Senior Partner of Boston Consulting Group, who's here to answer this very pivotal question. If India is booming, why is ADEX not? To address that, let's welcome him on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, with a warm and a thunderous round of applause.
So before I start, I just have a question. How many people here are from the advertising industry? Okay. How many people here are from the publishing side or the brand side? Okay, the brands, okay. So, in some sense, I am an outlier here because I am not from the advertising industry. I am not from the publishing industry in the conventional sense of the word, even though BCG does publish a lot of content. And actually, BCG doesn't really advertise per se. So why am I here? I think the three simple words are when Sam calls, you don't say no. Right? So when Sam called me and he said, Abhik, I want you to come here and speak about, if India is booming, why not ADEX? I, tried to protest. I said, Sam, I really don't understand that much. And, I'm sure there are many more qualified people who can talk about it. But Sam said, no. Actually, Abhik, I love the fact that you don't know anything about it. Because then you can actually take an objective view about the same. And what I'm going to do over the course of the next half an hour or so is actually share some data, some information, but more importantly, share some stories which I have spent time over the last few days and weeks talking to people in the advertising ecosystem. And, Jeff Bezos was there on one of these panels and he made an observation, which I think is very true when one thinks about story and data. He said, when story and data collide, it is the stories that win, right? So I think even if I reflect the conversation which was had earlier today when Balki was talking about creativity, I think it's important to know the data, but it's more important to tell the story in a compelling, convincing manner. And that's the theme that I would start off with. Now, if you look at the title, India is booming, what about ADEX? I'll take the first 2 minutes to lay out what my team initially came up with as the first few slides. India is booming. It took 60 odd years to reach the first trillion, 7 odd to reach the next trillion. The next trillion happened just in 3 years. If one looks over the course of the next few years, India from a 3.5 odd trillion is likely to become, depending on who you believe, 8.5, $9 trillion economy. If you look at the numbers, we were nowhere in the top 20, then we became in the top 10. Today we are top 5, and we are likely to become top 3 by 2030. If one looks at it from multiple parameters, 3.5 trillion GDP, great performance which is there. If one looks at from a market perspective, 1.4 billion people, $2 trillion plus of consumption, great market opportunity. If one looks at from a growth perspective, 7% GDP. In the last few years, if one looks at the financial markets, they have done really well. I don't know what has happened today, but over the last few years, it has done really well. And digital penetration is increasing. So, what's missing here, right? And the next story is something which somebody is described just as she was introducing me. Most people would say the best is yet to come. If one looks at the conventional parameters, GDP, advertising as a percentage of GDP, there's significant headroom to grow. And the next chart which you see here is, if you look at the x-axis, it is the nominal GDP growth. And if you look at the y-axis, it is the ad revenue growth. And, India is shining out there in the right-hand side top corner, which is there. If one goes further on multiple elements, one could say that, and I have not used the 2023 numbers, but if I look at 22 over 21, there had been a significant increase. If one looks at from a small, medium business perspective, again, things are growing well, new sectors are emerging. So if everything is doing well, why am I talking about India booming and ADEX not booming? So let me start. When I saw this, I actually told my team, no, there is something which is missing here. And I have to make a confession. I did have an exposure to advertising, but that was close to 30 years back. So my internship, my summer internship in 1996-97 was with Hindustan Lever. And, the story was I received a letter and it said, we are pleased to inform you that you have been selected for the summer internship, etc. And your project, your summer internship project, is to figure out why Lifebuoy is not growing in rural Orissa and Bihar. And we expect that you are going to spend time in rural Orissa and Bihar to understand why Lifebuoy was not growing. I came to Ahmedabad. I went first day, and all my friends were, laughing and making jokes to me. You're going to spend, all your time in rural Orissa and Bihar. We are going to be enjoying in Delhi or Bombay, as the case may be. I went the first day to my guide, and he said, "Abhik, I have some bad news for you." I said, "Okay, what's the news? What could be worse?" And he said, "Actually, this problem which we sent to you 2 months back actually has been solved. This problem has been solved. So you don't need to go to rural Orissa or Bihar unless you want to. But I have this problem that, right now we are advertising on a bunch of programs, but we really are not sure whether the media effectiveness numbers, etc., that we are getting, is that the right one? So I actually want you to do an analytical model and so on." But he said, "It's your choice." My heart was saying, "Oh yes, I'm going to be in Bombay." That's what you really want to do when you're 23, 24. But I made the straightest face that I could. I said, "I hear you. Can I sleep over it and come back to you tomorrow?" Right? And next day, of course, I said, with a heavy heart, but I will do this media effectiveness study that you want me to. And over the course of the next few weeks, I actually went through the IRS numbers, and I created actually a mathematical model which could be used to translate what used to be once a 3-year kind of a thing into something which could be done on a more periodic basis. The reason I'm saying all of that is one thing which I have realized both through that internship and in all my time at BCG is getting enamored by what you see as the headline messages is not enough. One needs to de-average, one needs to get into the detail. So that's what I'm attempting to do on the two pieces that we are talking about. India is booming and ADEX is not. So let me start with the first piece. You know, there is, of course, the story of the glass half full that I talked about so far, but actually if you look at it, there is a question, and that's the question that Sam posed to me. What is inhibiting breakout growth? What really is happening? And you know, if you look at the numbers, you know, over a 4-year period, and of course there's COVID in between, so you see the dip which is there. But actually, if you look at it in real terms, it is actually not even growing at the GDP growth. Because one of the things that people sometimes mistake is some of these numbers that we see are actually in nominal value terms and not in real value terms. So actually, if you look at it on a real term, actually ADEX is growing less than GDP. Right? Now, I call this a tale of many Indias, and you know, I do think that what's happening in India is actually needs to be disaggregated. You see on this slide here, on this page here, really the contradictions which are there, and you know, the thing which is the true about India is anything that you say about India, the reverse is also true. You know, one of my friends actually, you know, talked about it in one of his books where he talked about the fact that, you know, India's got this unique ability to disappoint both the optimists and the pessimists, right? That's the two. So let's see what's happening here. And I know this font size is probably too small, so apologies for that. But actually, if you look at the left-hand side, it is the glass half full. So if any of the people in this room had invested 100 rupees in just the Sensex in 2000, 100 rupees, that 100 would have become 789 rupees in 2020 and 1443 in 23 end. 14x in 20 years, 23 years. Actually, that's by itself great, but if you actually compare it to what is happening in other markets, if you did the same in the US, the 100 would have become 300. If you had done it in China, that 100 would have become less than 200. So it's been an outlier performance from a market's perspective. More importantly is the second bucket. 20 years back, if you were a girl or a boy born in India, your life expectancy was 58 years. Today, your life expectancy is close to 70 years. 12 years improved life expectancy in 20 years, which I think is fantastic. If you look at literacy, 30 percentage point increase in that time period. That's glass half full. And if you look at FDI inflows, you know, significant increase. But if I had to compare the same thing on the right-hand side, while the stock market performance has been fantastic, if you compare it in terms of absolute quantum, we are still smaller than many other markets. If one looks at some of the quality of life parameters where there has been significant improvement, there is still some room to go before we meet with developed world standards, and in some cases, even developing world standards. So I think great progress, but room to grow. Moving to this, and I think this is an important element. I took not a 1 year, 4 quarters, 3 years, 5 years, but I actually took a 15-year view. And if you look at it, this is something that everybody would be happy to look at, which is to say, actually GDP close to 6% growth, consumption also 6% growth. I think everybody in this room knows that India is about 60% consumption from a GDP perspective, and actually that has kept on growing slightly ahead than overall GDP. So if GDP is doing well, consumption is doing well, what is it that is not happening? Now, this is the piece where I de-averaged. And the first thing to see is the difference between services and products. So I'm going to ask a question. So in 2014, the number of cell phones sold in India was about 250 million cell phones. Okay. Any guesses what the number of phones sold in India in 2018 was? Any guesses? 250 in 2014 and 2018? 700. 600. Actually, the number was 300. 300 million. 250 actually became 300, but the average selling price, which was 4,000 rupees, increased to about 6,500 rupees. What do you think was the number which was sold in 2023? 800 million. Okay. It was actually 200. 200 million. But the average selling price has now become 15,000. Right? The reason I'm saying this, there is a theme which is there both in terms of the premiumization which is happening. The other, if you look at all categories, which category do you think in this 15-year period has grown the fastest? Could be product, could be service. Which category do you... okay, I'm excluding gaming. I'm excluding airlines because those were very small 15 years back. But, established categories, which category do you think has grown the fastest in the last 15 years? Jewelry, beauty, luxury. Actually, it is health and education. It's actually health and education. And if you see, what I did here was to look at, the overall growth has been 11%. If you look at any product category, product categories are typically grown at 8 to 9%. If you look at services, health, education, travel have grown at 11, 12, 13%. Now, 2 to 3% doesn't seem like a lot, but actually if you compound it over a period of time, it's actually a huge, huge impact. So what has happened in the last 15 years, 20 years, is that the shape of consumption has changed. We, as a society, are consuming more in terms of services rather than just products. And, just think about our individual lives, right? So, I know of many people who earlier would dye their hair at home, who would do the equivalent of the facial at home. Today, many more people are actually going to salons and getting it done. Making food at home versus eating out. See change, especially in urban India. So the thing to keep in mind is the shape of our consumption is changing, and I come to that, how this makes a difference to what we are talking about. The second is what I talked about, premiumization, the 4,500 ASP growing to 15,000. It's actually not just true in mobile phones. If you look at something that we all use, refrigerators, the one-door versus two-door mix has changed dramatically today, where the frost-free is close to 50% of the market. 15 years back, it was 30%. Mix changing. If you look at beauty, somebody mentioned beauty here, personal care, the premium segment is growing much higher. If you look at auto, the SUVs or greater than 20 lakh is growing much higher. If you look at apparel, so category after category after category, we are seeing this theme of premiumization happening, but the mass is actually not growing at the same level, right? The third is, of course, e-commerce. Again, this is something which, if you go back before 2013, you don't even see anything. Of that small base, there has been an increase of 40%. But the interesting thing is that pace has kept pace till close to last year. So we are actually seeing, in terms of the themes which are happening, we are seeing growth in premium, we are seeing growth in services, we are seeing growth in certain channels. But if I put it all together in terms of, and this is, Sam, this I have taken from the previous report in terms of the sectoral breakup, and there were some refinements that we applied on the same. But if you look at it, the largest sector for advertising is FMCG. If you look at the last 5 years, it has actually grown at less than 10%. If you include the last 12 months, it is even lower. Right? If one looks at some of the other product sectors, they have grown at 8, 9, 7%. So the point I'm trying to make through this is, if one looks at the overall India growth, while all of India is growing GDP-wise, while all of India is growing consumption-wise, but actually, if you look at sectoral revenue growths which are there, that's something to keep in mind as we think about what could be done to unlock ADEX growth, right? So that's the first theme to keep in mind in terms of, do we think about how to de-average and segment, and sector is one lens of it. We could think of other lens, and I'll talk about that. But that's the first element which is there. The second piece, which I want to talk now, applying a client hat. So I actually talked to a few executives, brand owners, equivalent, and I asked them, how do they think about growth, ad expenses, investments, and so on? And everybody sort of conceptually understands it. They say, yeah, it's always about finding the right balance between growth and profitability. I said, great. And then I asked the BCG team to do this analysis. This is a very interesting analysis. This actually empirically shows, and this is for India, the top 200 listed companies in India. This is a mathematical exercise to look at shareholder returns for the top 200 companies in India over a 3-year period, over a 5-year period, over a 10-year period. And what one does is to look at the financials and try to do a regression to say what explains the movement in share price. So is it growth? Is it margin improvement? Is it multiple change? Is it cash flow? Now, interestingly, regardless of the time period that you look at, you find anywhere between 40 to 55% of the shareholder increase is actually explained by growth. If you take a shorter term view, of course, the number is lower. If you take a longer term view, the number is higher. Margin improvement is actually 11, 15, or 17% only. Okay. But if you look at it, and many of the pink papers report this, probably the last year for corporate India was the highest ever, best ever in terms of profitability. But how has that happened? So I looked at 3 cost heads. So looked at the top 500 companies, listed companies in India. Actually, 333 of them have been consistent in the top 500 over the last 5 years. There are some who have come in and some are out. So because I wanted to keep a like-to-like comparison, I looked at the top 333 odd companies and took the time period just before COVID to first half of last year. And you see an interesting thing. You see in this time period, capital expenditure as a percentage of those 330 companies' revenue is actually coming down. You see a bump back in H4 23-24, H1 23-24. If you look at salary as a percentage, and some of it was induced by COVID, you see that also coming down and then some reversal. Actually, if you look at selling and marketing expense, that used to be 1.7%. It has actually come down to 1.1%. Right? Now, the question is, why is this happening? Because, if you ask anyone as to what are the assets, they would say it is plant and machinery or some physical assets gets covered in capital expenditure. If you were to ask people, it's people, which gets covered in salary. And, one would say it is their brands, which some sense should get covered in the third. Now, one can imagine that because of what happened, because of the uncertainty just before COVID, just after COVID, and so on and so forth, of course, everybody tightened their belts and wanted to make sure that they are not overspending, and one can see. Now, the thing here which is interesting to me is you actually see that on the other two, there is that bounce back which seems to be happening on the people side and the CapEx side. So if you look at the last bar, after a decline, you see that increasing. But in advertising, it is not happening. Right? Now, I come from an industry consulting, which in some sense is similar. And, one of the propositions that consulting had when I started in consulting was consultants brought data to the table, right? This is a time, this is 1997. You actually did not have Google at that point of time, right? So if you wanted information, where do you get information? So one of the roles that I played was to say, get data to the table so that you actually have discussions on a common information set. Then that moved in terms of saying, okay, can we move from data to insight? Because actually data became a commodity. And then it became in terms of saying, okay, insight is fine. Can you actually deliver impact? Right? That's a theme that I underwent. So I actually talked to a set of different participants in the ecosystem. And I think predominantly, unfortunately, advertising is still viewed as an expense. I'm just going to take the liberty here, even though I'm in a place which has got advertisers and publishers. I do think one thing for the industry to think about is how do you actually change from being an expense to an investment? And, I'm probably the least qualified person to do that. My wife actually tells me that I have zero creativity. But one suggestion, should we even call it ad X, or why not call it ad in? Right? Because the moment we say ad X, it just reinforces the point that it is an expenditure. And on expenditure, nobody thinks about a return. On an investment, people actually think about return. Now, I'm not going to argue whether 2 seconds is enough to give a return or not, but I think changing the vocabulary is very important. And as we think about from an industry perspective, what do we need to do in order to be thought of as an investment is one thought I would have. And sometimes vocabulary makes a huge, huge difference. I was talking to Raj during the break, and Raj said, one of the roles of the CEO, and he has been a very successful CEO, is to be almost like the chief motivator who actually gives energy and motivation to the team so that when they come to work, they are feeling energized, happy, engaged, etc. I would say one of the roles of the CEO or a leader is also to change the vocabulary. So, for example, if you think about FMCG industry, and I had this discussion with one of the FMCG CEOs, was to say, we say this category is 97% penetrated. But the definition of penetration, have you used it once in the last 6 months or last 12 months? Really? I can think of penetration as being the measure for a durable which you have in your home. But is really a 97% penetration really the right measure? So how do we change the vocabulary is the one thought I would have. I talked about ADX add-in. There are three starting thoughts, and I would request your indulgence because I'm not sure this is comprehensive. But I think there's a first, who do you think as your customer? And one thing which may be worth thinking about, in addition to the chief marketing officer, in addition to the brand head, in addition to the category head, how do you think as an advertising industry of the CFO to be your customer? Right? How do you think of the CFO being your customer? Because the moment you start using that lens and you think about investment, I think the entire vocabulary starts changing. The second is many of you have participation in different parts of the advertising value chain. Can you actually stitch together a network where you actually offer not only the media, not only the creative, but actually you become the custodians of that customer-consumer journey, and you deliver to whatever set of outcomes that have been decided between the brand manager, category head, CFO, as the case may be, without being programmatic. And the reason I would highlight that is, I think, of course, there is one role that advertising has to play in terms of, spur to action, call to action. But I think there is also a value in being there and, trying to find a way to disaggregate the two, but also own the two is an important element. And the third, I think all brand managers would love this, but to actually have sharper segmentation and focus, right? And sectoral, I talked about, are we, and I think there have been either categories or spaces or channels where you see growth happening, and can you actually be slightly ahead of the curve to actually help your clients navigate where should they be investing in order to get to the outcomes that they are thinking about. So, there are three thoughts, like I said, this is not meant to be, the last word on this topic. This is literally the start of a conversation. And I wanted to use this opportunity to lay this out and get your reactions. I would just leave this as the question. About 12 years back, I was invited to Calcutta. This is in late December, early January, I'm forgetting the exact date, by ITC. They were having this strategic planning process, and somebody had recommended to Mr. Deveshwar that, there is this, as he said, young boy who will come and share some thoughts. He has some interesting thoughts. And I remember, this is the time that the Modi jacket or the Bandi, whatever we made, had started becoming popular. And, just on a whim, I said, should I wear that? Should I not? But then I decided to play it safe, and I went in a, suit itself. But I had this one slide which talked about themes, consumer themes which are happening. And I remember one of the images I had put was that of that jacket. This is 2012 or so. And as luck would have it, Mr. Deveshwar was in that room wearing a bandi. And, I was young and somewhat impertinent at that point of time. And I said, Mr. Deveshwar, this is, a trend which is happening, blah, blah, blah. And sir, 10 years back, you would also have probably been wearing a suit and a tie and not this. And he just smiled. After the presentation finished, I left, and then the head of finance, who had actually invited me, he said, Mr. Deveshwar wants to meet you. So I went, and, he was a larger-than-life figure in ITC and all of Calcutta, if not more. And he said, okay, Abhik, what have you done? So I said, sir, what do you mean? He said, no, not many people would have said what you said. So where did you study? I said, I did my engineering from IIT Delhi. He said, yeah, that's a fine college. I also went there. Right? So I think he had some sympathy for me. Then he said, why are you working at BCG? And he said, my thing is, he said, everybody talks about Make in India and so on and so forth. He said, my theme is something different. He said, if you look at any value chain, the maximum value capture happens by the brand. The maximum value capture happens by the brand. He said, I want to not only make in India, but I want to brand in India because there is a significant part of the value which actually gets captured in brands. And to my mind, that is one call for this group. If one thinks about the next decade or beyond, of course, there is a set of things which India will be for India and so on and so forth. But actually, if you look at the top global brands, India doesn't find its fair share there. So is it something that the advertising agency in India can actually help Indian CEOs, CMOs, CFOs, brand managers, actually to create the next set of brands, some of which will be from India? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Abhi. I'm sure the resounding claps is a testimony of what you've spoken. With that, if we may request you to please step in the center, and I'd like to have the opportunity of calling upon Mr. Naval Ahuja, co-founder E4M. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm, warm round of applause. And thank you so much for those great insights. You've shared a lot to take back from this session. And I think the least we can do is give him another big round of applause, everyone, for such key insights shared. And I'm sure with that talk, the hashtag PMAR 2024 is truly going to be trending because we had so much to learn from that. With that, thank you so much, Mr. Abhi Singhi. Thank you for giving us your valuable time today. And thank you, Mr. Ahuja, for helping us in giving the token of appreciation. Well, with that, we move on to another very interesting talk. Rather, I would say, a burning topic. Should media owners be involved in media measurements? We have with us Mr. Vikram Sakhuja, partner and CEO, Madison Media and OOH, to break down the complexities of this ever-raging debate. Let's give him a warm, warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you so much, Mr. Sakhuja.
Thank you. This is going to be a hard act to follow. I thought the last presentation was absolutely scintillating. What I'm going to be talking about could be actually a pretty mundane, boring thing called media measurement, but it's pretty critical to all of us. And I'm going to just add one sort of qualifier to that. It's, should media owners be involved in media measurement, or which is currency media measurement? Currency is the stuff that we use to trade. When we buy jewelry, the BIS hallmark notwithstanding, large part, huge, overwhelming majority is person goes to a jeweler, the jeweler self-assesses his jewelry and sort of sells it to you. The qualifier is that if you have to return it, no other jewelers are going to pick it up. It will only be the same jeweler who might pick it up from you when you return it because he knows what exactly the value was. This is the age where, it's a pretty old practice that we've had of the seller evaluating his own product and then purveying it to you. For every one Tanishq which is absolutely trustworthy, there could be many more who may be a little dodgy. The media in general is not too different. And that is the one that you can already get a drift of where I'm coming to. Look, in media, the entire media audience measurement, which for us really is eyeballs, eardrums really, the measurement currency is something that actually determines the revenue that a media owner is going to write. Unlike, say, a retail audit or a purchase panel or a brand track study, which actually captures other brand health parameters, this one has a direct relationship with the entire piece from, has an entire piece where the entire nalka of money comes basis the kind of audience that you're able to grab. Not surprising that all media owners, for them, it is the single most important thing to be front and center in this entire media measurement game. But this also, therefore, brings upon us the need to sort of critically evaluate what should be the nature of this involvement, what is the thin line between involvement and influencing, and in some cases, maybe downright controlling. And that is an area which I'm going to, with some trepidation, actually get into. To start, I will actually let's have a look at the state of the nation on audience measurement. By and large, it's actually not too much. We really need reach. So whether it's a medium itself or whether it's a plan, what is the reach my plan is giving? What are the total number of impressions, i.e. how many people actually saw it? It could be written as impressions, views, GRPs, whatever. And I would also like to know how many people are really spending on that medium, AdX or add-in, as in you would, I love the word add-in. I'll probably call it add-in from now on. So these three things is really what we need to get out of every medium. And on the back of that, this 1 lakh crore industry sort of pretty much runs. Now, if we have to look at top of the line, we have something called a media establishment survey. This is the one which actually gives you the seminal study which tells you all of India, what are the various mediums that what is the reach of TV, print, radio, digital, outdoor, whatever it might be, and also it gives you some product profile data. And it has the ability to do that at a very granular level. Your data is picked up at a district level and so on and so forth, so it's really, really deep. In India, the currency has been IRS. And the reality is that IRS, in addition to also doing the entire media establishment, it picks up print readership, Indian Readership Survey. It is a media establishment survey, but it's also the Indian Readership Survey. At this point in time, suffice to say, the last IRS came out in March of 2020. That was a 2019 IRS. Nothing for the last 4 years. Point one. There's another media baseline study called Broadcast India, which BARC runs. There was some fieldwork which was finished in October of 22, and then after that, there was some more work which has been now done. But reality is, even 15 months later, it's still not out. So it's not really there, so we don't have an alternative at the moment to IRS. The other piece is, now we come down to from readership, there's also something called circulation. And for that, you've got something called Audit Bureau of Circulation. Unlike the IRS, where we pick up all print readership, in Audit Bureau of Circulation, publishers opt in and say that these are my editions that I will choose to get audited for circulation. As things stand right now, last 2 years' data, there are 20% of the publication editions which don't put themselves up for audit. These 20% include Times of India in Bombay, Hindustan Times in Bombay, Hindu in Tamil Nadu, Chennai, some ABP in some of the CAL markets. So we're talking about some real big names out here. So if you look at these markets, they probably account for much more than 20% of the circulation, maybe closer to 30. So even while audits are happening, because of the selective thing of should we be part of the audit or not, the end user is not being able to get a good sense of what the total circulation number is. Then we come to the entire piece about TV. And this is where it's I think, reasonably robust. We've got BARC. Now, BARC is Broadcast Audience Research Council. It's the world's largest television measurement survey with upwards of 60,000 meters. It's got a very strong governance system. It's got a technical committee which actually gets into the entire design. It's got an oversight committee which actually talks about outliers. It's got a disciplinary committee which looks at any hanky-panky going on and tries to bring some order into all of that. So there is a fair amount of governance which is going into this entire thing. It's also one where, in my estimation, they are overall doing a reasonably good job. The problem, however, is that we face out here is that while, of course, at an overall level, you're getting pretty solid and stable data, if you have to now start looking at very, very small cuts, say if you're looking at all adults or males, whatever, 24, 15 to 35, seeing English news channels in Uttar Pradesh, the numbers by definition become low. There is something called standard error, which basically shows you the reliability of those ratings is not good. It's statistical. Taking your sample size or panel size from 60,000 to 1 lakh is not going to change anything. Statistically, it is just impossible that you'll be able to get reliability. At an overall level, you can be reliable within 1%. But at these small granular levels, you can't. It's impossible. Now, the reality, and that's the unfortunate part, maybe it's lack of education or whatever be the case, people are actually interested in looking at it at such granular levels that it's probably, and then when they come out with seeming sort of data, what they call discrepancies, it is actually statistics. You can't really be looking data at that level of granularity. And those issues are really then taken up to major stakeholders, is brought up, and that becomes a point around which there's a lot of noise, and as a result, the entire TV ratings that sort of gets maligned in the process. So at least on the TV viewership, state of the nation is reasonably good. Probably it is the largest people meter system in the world, but the way it's being used is opening it up to a lot of pot shots. Now, now related to TV measurement, we've heard this word thrice over, cross-media measurement. It's so important to follow the consumer. Enough has been said today. The reality is they are watching both TV and consuming CTV, as well as watching stuff on their mobiles. We don't have an audience, we don't have a currency today which is actually being able to, in one sort of platform, tell you one versus the other. So what is the reach you're getting from one, second, combined? What are the kind of ratings? So how should I be planning across both? We don't have that. So at this point in time, that's another from a state of the nation standpoint, we don't have any cross-media. Now, when it comes to the entire digital ratings, this is again a place where we have to go entirely to the media owner to tell us what is the kind of reach that we finally got, where were the impressions delivered, and on top of that, if they were delivered in the target audience, they are the ones who actually come back and tell you that. There are certain tagging mechanisms that you have which you can put in and actually come back and say that, listen, I've actually done an independent track of all of this, and I find that I haven't got the kind of reach or I haven't got the kind of impressions that you said, and more importantly, I haven't got them in the kind of target audiences that we had sort of defined. And in some cases, I didn't even have a proper view, because whether it's the entire pixels that was displayed or the amount of time that they was viewed, all of those, you have the ability to maybe third-party monitoring, capture all of that, but then the media owner does not agree to that. So you have to almost sell your variation to them, and they don't buy it. Mind you, right through 90s, in television, we used to have third-party, it used to be time monitoring, and the most venerable of channels also would shout out to them and say, we will only pass a bill which is actually being monitored by a third-party measurement system. Not so in digital. And anything else that is happening right now in digital, there are some other kind of sort of ComScore is one and all, but they still are far short of actually, or Nielsen has a digital ad ratings, but they're far short of becoming currencies. So people are using them, but end of day, predominantly it is the big tech who are really driving the agenda on measurement within digital. The radio listenership is actually probably the weakest. We've been capturing FM, only 4 metros, through a diary panel. It's probably one piece of research which is looked at least, so I don't think there's anything much happening there. The two bright sparks are really out of home and cinema. There have been one on the ages of IOAA and another with some cinema guys actually coming in and actually trying to pick up measurement. And I think this is actually a little bit of spark in the otherwise pretty desolate looking scenario. So if we have to really look at, okay, and take not the least, ADX. ADX, we've been having something called TAM, which has got a product called MAP, which has actually been doing a very good job of the entire broadcast or linear analog world. They actually capture all the inventory, which allows us to actually see how spends are being done and gives us a very good fix. In fact, everything that you saw in today's Pitch Madison ad report, the TV, print, radio, outdoor to a large extent, all of them comes from published data and which we put a certain value to, and then we publish it here. When it comes to digital, nada, nothing, zero, zilch. We have to actually try to triangulate by going, maybe looking at our clients, talking to the big tech, trying to get some kind of estimates from them. But now 40% plus is now with ADX, and that is the one, and that is a one area where we have absolutely no currency in terms of who spends where. So in all of this, what is the state of the nation on measurement? No media establishment study. On measuring media plan, reach, ratings, and ADX, TV overall is pretty good, but not being used properly. Print is highly outdated. Radio is antiquated to the point of irrelevance. Out of home and cinema may be the two bright sparks, and digital measurement as a currency is non-existent. Bleak, very bleak. Now, what should be the rule of engagement for a good measurement study? I'm keeping it very simple. I think a study whose objectives are not tainted by personal agendas. And this doesn't, this, and I'll come to it in a second, and you'll see why I've written this down. Nobody wants to be consciously naughty. But if a personal agenda comes in, there is a conflict of interest. And I'm going to just establish that in the subsequent slide. You need a well-designed study that actually happens regularly. IRS is one where it just doesn't happen, and that's really, it's a disservice to the entire industry. And then the third, the beneficiary of the study's results should not be in a position to influence the results. If we follow these three simple principles, I think we can actually come out with some pretty robust measurement systems. Now let's take a look at, okay, the three principal stakeholders of this entire audience measurement are agencies, advertisers, and media owners, right? Of these, the owners, the ones whose fortunes by definition are linked to audience measurement, as I pointed out right at the outset, are really the media owners. Thus, actually for Caesar's wife to be above suspicion, it is important that media owners be at arm's length from the actual audience measurement. They should definitely be involved in inputting into the entire design of the study, but not in its collection of the data and or the projection of its results. The Indian marketing fraternities over the years built a very robust system of all these technical committees, these oversight committees. We've actually got a pretty good governance framework in place, and it is in place. But despite that, why is it that we still have this malaise? For this, we have to now look into what exactly is the ownership structure of each of these bodies that actually comes out with this data. Let's go one by one. Take IRS. IRS comes under the aegis of a body called Media Research Users Council. On the board, you've got 6 publishers, 2 broadcasters, you've got another 6 agency people, and you've got 2 advertisers. While this is the composition of the board, 85 to 90% of the study's money actually comes from not only media owners, it only comes from publishers, print publishers. The 6 guys out there, and of course all the INS with all the 400 plus and many more which they represent, will be the ones which pay 90%. Agencies, 10 to 12%. Clients or advertisers, next to 0, or 0 to 2, or some small amount. Now let's look at print circulation. Here is one which is this is an audit. So this is the entire, whatever the cost of it is, entirely borne by definition by the media owners, and it's something, it's a fee they pay to ABC, and the agencies and advertisers, agencies only are paying the subscription cost of ABC and whatever there is from that. So that also, that probably, that amount is actually quite modest as compared to the others, but there it will be more evenly spread between publishers and agencies. Publishers will still take the lion's share. Overall cost will be much more, of course, with the publishers. When you get into BARC, the board itself has got a 60-20-20, with 60% with IBDF, 20% with agencies and through 3SFI, and 20% with advertisers through ISA. Now, at this point in time, pretty much there's 0.8% of all revenues made by media owners or broadcasters is what they are charged for from BARC. Agencies are paying for the entire BARC ratings, UMI software. They pay a certain slab structure and they pay the money. Finally, it boils down to about 85-15 again, or maybe 88-12. 12 is how it works out. Radio ratings, agencies may or may not be buying into it. I think that's not very relevant right now, but that's again pretty much borne by the media owner. Digital is one where media owner is, there is no currency, zero currency. Whatever is happening right now is happening with the media owner. I'm talking about the currency part. People on their own, if they're subscribing to ComScore, Nielsen, DAR, all that is happening, but not at a currency level. It's happening at an individual level. And even there, the conversation in terms of paying the bills, getting the accountability is still you have to have basically with the media owners. Cross media, as I've mentioned, completely non-existent. Currently, each agency is doing its own kind of modeling to see what the combined reach is going to be. AdX, as I've also already mentioned, TAM has been doing it for the entire traditional media, and in digital it is non-existent. But once again, because there is no currency, it's all right now in-house. The basic principle of all of this which is coming out is, even the reality today is that the media owners are, wherever they're funding it, in the case of IRS, it is coming out that they don't want to move forward for whatever reasons. There could be a thing, or in this particular case, where they feel that we are paying all this money, and if print comes out looking weaker, then that's going to weaken us further. That's an agenda coming in. In the case of circulation, we've already mentioned, yes, they only put in those. Now, there are two thoughts out there. Some people are saying we are not putting ourselves up for audit because the ABC's parameters for audit are so stringent that they won't pass it, so what's the point of doing it? Other people feel that their numbers are not looking that good, so they don't want to be audited. I don't know what the truth is, probably somewhere in the middle, but reality today is people are not opting in. Again, because they have a choice. If you have to look at the entire cross media, it's not gone forward, primarily because BARC, if they have to take a call forward, for whatever reason, everybody's saying, in principle, we must do it. But they're dragging their feet over it. I don't know. Maybe it is because they feel that we don't know what's going to happen, the great unknown, that if both the data comes together, will there be a hastened migration of TV to digital? It may not be. It may be the other way around. But maybe there's a fear. But somewhere along the line, people, because there is all these are good, fine people, but their own self-interest is coming into the picture the minute the media owner has a large part to play in funding of the research. And because of that, you're either getting no research, or right now in the case of digital, I think it's just bad practice right now. Digital is already 40% of AdX. It is too big to fail. We can't be in a situation where tomorrow, God forbid, somebody comes out and says the numbers that have been coming out here are wrong, and the entire thing has to implode. If it implodes, it will be of cataclysmic nature. But somewhere along the line, everybody is just going forward with it, and everything is hunky-dory until the proverbial S hits the fan. So what is the alternative? I think for starters, the industry simply should not allow media owners to publish their own data. So my strong viewpoint on this one is, when it comes to especially digital, we have to go for a currency. The advertisers, it's their money at stake. Please go to any place where people are saying you have to use my data to actually decide how much reach I'm getting, what are the impressions, what are the CPMs, using my data. You should say, sorry, I will not engage. Now, at this point in time, if one person says no, it won't make a difference. But if a bunch of advertisers put their foot down and say, come what may, I am not putting money out here until I get third-party data, everybody's going to sit up and listen. You have the power, you have supreme power. The good news out here is that even today when we come out with a 40,000 or plus of digital, my estimate is about 65% of that is performance. That will remain unchanged because that is great. Obviously digital works, but there you're going and paying on the basis of conversions, leads, sales, whatever. That will continue. It is only the 35% right now on branding, which is completely based on internal data, whereas you need audience measurement data there, that is going to be at risk. And that is the one where you should come back and say, I will stop until you get me third-party measurement. So that is my first sort of recommendation. And everything is right now, I'm putting the ball in fairly and squarely in the advertiser's court because it is your money and you have to get the best results from it. Now, in researches conducted, so in the other currency researches that we are talking about, most countries, including India, have been working with what are called JICs, Joint Industry Committees or Joint Industry Bodies. Typically, it has people from advertisers, agencies, and media owners in that JIC. There are two ways in which the JICs work. You either are a blessing body, where you give the entire domain or the paradigm, or the parameters on which the research must be crafted, and give it to a third party or a independent research agency who actually does it. They also commercialize it. They sell it to you, and in the past, TAM was like that. At one time, IRS and NRS used to be like that. Now, of course, both of these are not a blessing body, but whether it's MRUC, they are funding it with, and similarly, if you're looking at BARC, that's also being funded pretty much, and not by it's actually coming from pretty much all of us beforehand, signed up. Now, at this point in time, if you have to move the pendulum from 85% media owners to advertisers, the normal practice that what advertisers go around saying is, I'm already paying for everything that I do is already part of the media cost. That may be the case, according to me, and even according to Shantanu, who I was talking to earlier. Finally, it's a consumer who pays for everything. But the reality out here is that I think advertisers are being incredibly myopic by saying that I will not go around spending more on the entire audience measurement, which determines where I allocate my monies. And in the process, it's okay if I don't get any data or if I get wrong data. You may be making completely wrong decisions, but I will not invest in that research. And what is the quantum of money that we're talking about? If you have to take into account BARC, it's about 350 crores. If I have to take into account the entire digital measurement on the cross-media ads, say another 150 crores. IRS, 25, 30 crores. Bottom line, 500, 600 crores, not even 0.6% of the entire ADX, and you can have this completely covered. And it's not that advertisers will pay 100% of it. Even if they start paying 20, 30, 40%, they will have a stake in it, which is actually going to become a voice. And they'll have a voice which can actually then determine. And when they do this, I'm very, very confident that all the other stakeholders, agencies, of course, will be part of that. Because we are all media agnostic, we want to go where the consumer is going, and we want a good picture. But I also believe all the industry bodies, the media owner bodies, are going to follow suit. So basically, this is my call today. At this point in time, I'm really exhorting, I'm pleading to the advertisers to take leadership of measurement through ISA with a staunch support of the 3 years of I. On digital, where media owners are using their data as currency, they should demand an industry currency, perhaps under the aegis of the newly constructed IAMI Digital Advertising Council, under whose charter there is a unified standard measurement as well. It's been a welcome move that ISA themselves came out with a media charter. So I think there's already a forum created for these two dialogues to happen. They must take this forward, and if required, and once that happens, I think digital is really going to have, it'll be a renaissance period. There'll be more accountability, more transparency, and I think there'll be more trust. Trust word has been used 4 times today. This is the 5th time. I will end my speech, and the other aspect of, and the other one, of course, I've said is, please invest more in the others, whether it's IRS or in TV ratings. Combined, you need to be doing much more than what the media owners are. You'll be able to drive the agenda. A lot of bogies that are currently being created will actually just wither away. I'll end my speech with another point to consider, and I think Avinash, in his own inimitable way, also referred to that. That of government intervention. Governments, by and large, do not like to get into private enterprise. They've got their hands full, they're running the country, they don't want to get into it. They are forced to get into it when some stakeholders come to them and crib and say, this is all going wrong here, there is some hanky-panky here. There's a lot of noise that goes, and then they say, oh my God, we have to do something about it. I think ASCII is one which has been a great example of how in the past years, maybe last 10 years, more so in the last 5-6 years, they've really done a fantastic job of becoming a voice for self-regulation. Very difficult area to be in. But they've been able to do that, and I don't think there are so many complaints going out there to the government for them to actually say that we will have to regulate. They're saying self-regulate. So I'm getting your head out of the sand. Call out here is, please, advertisers, put your money where your mouth is. It is your money. Make it work hard. Otherwise, the last thing you want is regulation to come into measurement, because then it's going to be a totally different kind of marketing ecosystem that we're working in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Vikram Sakhuja, a warm round of applause. And Mr. Sakhuja, if you may request you to please stay on the stage, and I'd like to have the opportunity of calling Rupali Fernandez, Chief Revenue Officer of ABP Network, to help us with a token of appreciation. Hashtag PMAR 2024 moment right there on the stage. A great discussion and a great insight on the ever-raging debate, finally closed with Vikram Sakhuja. Thank you so much, Mr. Sakhuja, for such deep insights. Well, the past 2 years can undoubtedly be called the year of the digital medium. While other mediums dealt with a heavy blow, digital has truly become a part of the marketing post-COVID. We have seen marketers push that envelope with innovations on digital, changing their media mix to including new age platforms. Well, our next esteemed speaker, Ms. Simran Chani Gaglani, AVP Brand Solutions, Viacom 18 Sports, will chart India's biggest digital revolution this season. Well, with that, let's welcome Ms. Simran on the stage. Thank you, Simran, for joining us today.
Hi, thank you, everybody. My name is Simran, and I'm very, very excited to be here today. I always get a little nervous before speaking as the last person, because I know that there is, food and drinks outside and everybody's in a hurry to, go outside. So I promise you I'm not going to take too much time. A lot of my presentation is actually data that you may have already seen. But what we've tried to do is, probably give you a little bit of insight into what the cause for some of the data could be, and what, more importantly, the effect of that is, right? And how, as planners, marketers, we can actually use some of these insights and data in a more actionable fashion. So with that, The main focus of my presentation and what we want to talk about today is really the rise of digital India. And I know a lot has been discussed today in terms of, how we should approach this collectively as advertisers, as media owners, etc. But just bringing focus back a little bit into, what we want to talk about. So this is a quote that, we've actually been mentioning a fair bit in some of our presentations. And especially when you put it in the context of technology, I think this quote becomes a lot more relevant. All of us have seen, the growth of technology in our own lives, right? And I think we have also seen, how technology grows at a certain rate and then reaches an inflection point, and that rate of change becomes much faster and adoption becomes much faster. Especially for us as JioCinema, as a digital platform, this is a far more relevant statement. Reason for that is I think a lot of us would, agree. Until even, early 2022, JioCinema really was not known as a sports platform. I think all of us probably consume content on JioCinema, maybe because some new movie released on it, etc., right? But just with, acquiring rights to FIFA and then, of course, following up with acquiring rights for the IPL, in a short span of about 18 months, and of course, full credit to, our partnerships team and our corporate strategy team to actually go ahead and acquire a really, really robust roster of, sports rights. JioCinema today is the largest sports consumption OTT platform in the country, right? So this tells you that, there could have been a way in which a consumer is behaving, but change can happen really, really fast. And of course, a few other examples of, how India really is rapidly changing, as far as adoption of digital is concerned. I think all of us in the room will identify, with the game-changing sort of impact that Jio had by taking, last mile mobile connectivity up as a challenge. UPI, of course, is deeply penetrated in the country. In fact, I think in terms of, for, most of us, I'm sure in the room are travelers, I think we would know as, even compared to international locations, the kind of penetration that UPI has in India, probably second only to probably WeChat in China, right? Where everybody in China is using WeChat to make payments. I think in India, everybody, you literally can walk out of your home with just your mobile and don't need anything, right? You don't need your card. I've forgotten the last time I had cash on me, because really the penetration has been so deep, and one would instinctively think that this is only probably happening, in super urban centers or top 6, metros. But I'm sure, once you look at the data that some of the UPI platforms openly share, it'll tell you that this penetration actually has gone fairly deep, right? So all of these aspects basically are bringing alive just how much Indians have embraced technology and digital connectivity. And a few pointers here to notice as well, right? So while we say that, we are seeing unprecedented growth, of course, as per TRI, the mobile internet user base in the country is set to grow to about 900 million users. This, of course, a large chunk of this is going to be, the large growth of this is going to come from the 4G feature phone penetration in the market. And of course, I think a lot of conversation has happened today about connected TV rise. And, I think all of us are seeing that change towards connected TV in our own lives as well, right? I think 4 years ago, my parents still had a set-top box, and I think COVID also sort of, made some of this change happen faster and acted as a catalyst. And, it's been a few years now that even someone like my parents don't feel the need to have a set-top box at home, and, can now consume whatever they want on their large screen without needing, a DTH connection. Interestingly, actually, I was reading this report that TRI shared, I think about a couple or 3 days ago, wherein, the data that TRI said is that DTH operators have seen about a 1.3 million drop in subscriber base just between July and September last year. So going back to my point that I was talking about is that, technology changes your lives at a certain rate till a certain point, and after a certain inflection point, that rate of change happens much faster. I'm sure all of you recollect, getting onto Facebook because your friend said so, and then suddenly finding everybody on Facebook, and then suddenly leaving Facebook as well because all of your moms and aunts and uncles were on Facebook, right? So that change also happened very, very fast. Again, a few growth drivers. I think rising device penetration, I already spoke about this. Rising access to high-speed internet. In fact, I think, Jio Air Fiber, Airtel Extreme Air Fiber have done an immense effort into taking Wi-Fi penetration into, a large part of the country. And of course, making data really, really accessible to India at large. I think India is probably the number 3 or number 4 cheap data markets behind maybe just 2 or 3 countries, right? Making data so accessible and cheap has been one of the big reasons why I think Indians have managed to adopt to this entire change so wholeheartedly and in such large numbers. So what do these numbers mean, right? So I wanted to touch upon a little bit on the numbers, but then also speak from the context of demographics. Like, what does this really mean in terms of changing demographics? And then we'll speak a little bit about what does this mean in the context of changing behaviors, right? So I think some of these, pieces all of us may instinctively know. For example, we know that we read everywhere that India is a young country, compared to other countries, very, very young population. The truth is actually, about 30% of India's population is in the age of 18 to 34, right? And for a lot of marketers, for a lot of advertisers, this is the prime segment that, we're going after. A vast part of India actually is moving into urbanization, right? People are moving from rural areas and coming into, 1 lakh plus, 1 million plus towns. So urbanization is happening at a faster pace, of course, also fueled by a lot of things like the government's dedication to infrastructure, emergence of, the whole startup ecosystem, of course, connectivity, etc. So urban households actually are set to overtake rural households in India by the year 2060, which is amazing, right? Not just that, so while this is a change that's happening at a demographic level, let's look at what is a change that's happening at a behavioral level, right? Because we are a young and urban population, the effect that we are seeing is that this population is actually now spending about 1/3 of their waking hours on their mobile phones. Actually, this is, and India's over-indexed in most other markets as far as this is concerned. I think Brazil, Vietnam are probably the other couple of markets which are ahead of India as far as this is concerned. But Indians really are spending an inordinate amount of time on their mobile phones. Of course, one of the big reasons is cheap access to data and connectivity, but also that, I think just being connected, consuming content on our mobile phones has become second nature to Indians. So that's one big piece. Of course, the second big adoption that's happening in the country is the connected TV adoption. This base is actually set to grow to about 60 million, in the coming year, 60 million devices. In fact, I think a lot of the reports are also saying about 92 to 93% of new televisions sold in the country today are connected TV devices. So we all know that this change is not just coming, the change is here. So how can we kind of prepare ourselves to, deal with this change a little bit better? I think a lot has been spoken about, the ADEX and, how the ADEX weightages, etc. are changing. Of course, a big effect of that is that, cord cutting or cord shifting is an emerging phenomenon. I spoke about my parents, and while that is an anecdotal piece of information, that also tells you that, the change that's happening is also the change that you see in your own environment. I remember when OTTs entered the market, it was probably something that was adopted by early adopters, and a lot of people would say that who's going to watch something on your phone, right? And today, all of us are watching things on our phone. It's just become second nature to us because this technology is solving for a real convenience problem in our lives. Similarly, I think connectivity on your connected television, the whole variety of content, having, your own agency to say that I will pick what I want to watch when I want to watch it. I think all of these factors are really contributing to the massive adoption that we're seeing to connected TV. And of course, I think a lot of technological advancement is also helping establish this behavior by way of, for example, if you take JioCinema as a platform, we've really committed ourselves to, showcasing some of the premium sports properties in 4K resolution, right? Which just is so much better as a consumer for you to consume compared to your standard definition or even HD definition television. So, in terms of growth, of course, connected TV universe is growing. About 80% of connected television viewership has come from urban areas. Out of which about 59% has come from 1 million plus towns. So you can see that this is something that's penetrating and is not just a top 6 metro kind of a phenomenon. And as you know, result of that, of course, where viewership goes, ad dollars or ad rupees go, right? So if viewership is moving in a certain direction, of course, advertisers are going to want to reach out to that consumer where the consumer is. And hence, we are seeing that shift in the AdX. And while, yes, a lot of the spend that's happening on performance marketing is required because of the kind of businesses, our advertisers are into, I think we all do need to, as planners and advertisers and platforms, think about how best to use this emerging consumer behavior for branding efforts as well, and not judge a branding campaign by the tenets of a performance campaign and vice versa, because then you're just setting the campaign up for failure, right? So when it comes to AdX, of course, a large chunk of digital AdX is going into online video. Some part of this could be performance, and the big thing about online video is, I think all of us in the room will also recognize, a big thing about online video is also brand safety, right? Like, how do you really ensure that your ad is being visible on content which is 100% brand safe or is meant for the user, that you mean that ad for? And I think that's where OTT platforms sort of come into solve the puzzle, because really that's an opportunity for you to reach out to a 100% brand safe audience, engaged audience, who's looking for content where they don't just spend 7 or 8 minutes of casual snacking time, but longer time, so really commit and dedicate themselves to consume this content, and hence we say that they are a more engaged audience. So when we talk about online video, online video landscape, of course, as far as the publisher-generated content landscape is concerned, this is how it is stacked up, and I've not added Netflix or Amazon Prime here simply because none of us can advertise there, right? So for us, what is relevant is these platforms. JioCinema currently is at about 300 million monthly active users. What's interesting for us is actually our watch time is much higher than all other platforms, and that's one area where we are sort of winning. And our hypothesis, of course, there is that the sticky nature of all of the cricket rights that we own, combined with our vast roster of entertainment content that we have. Big Boss was a huge success for us, as far as, entertainment content was concerned. I think these few pieces put together are actually leading to the higher watch time on the platform. Talking a little bit more and giving you a little more color about what the user behavior is like, and why, again, we believe that OTT is emerging as the platform for people to consume content. First, of course, is, what we've seen on the platform is that 1 in every 3 cricket viewers is actually returning to the platform in the next 1 month to consume some entertainment content, right? So cricket is your large top of the funnel to collate a lot of the audiences, and that's a content strategy that we have adopted. But more interestingly, the peak streaming time for JioCinema is actually 8 p.m. to 12 a.m., which was erstwhile called television prime time, and we are actually seeing this behavior where most number of users is actually logging onto our platform at the exact time to consume content. And the third piece, the third piece of color that we can add over here is that users actually log on to JioCinema on average about 3 times a day. Of course, the longest sessions are in the prime time sort of band. So coming to what I'm here to talk to you about, my favorite time of the year, which is not Christmas but IPL. Our ambition for IPL this year is we're estimating a platform reach of about 650 million users. And I just want to, at a very high level, touch upon some of the new big things that we have in the offing this year, and something that you need to keep in mind. And in fact, one of the solutions actually will speak really well to, I think Mr. Balki's presentation about the importance of creative when you're advertising on IPL. But the big thing that we want to do is, the largest reach aggregation. So taking IPL to every corner of the country. So like I said, feature phones, 4G-enabled feature phones are going to be a big part of our story here. We've launched Jio Bharat. 1 in every 3 4G feature phones is actually a Jio Bharat phone now. We are launching our UI in multi-languages, so you don't really need to be only an English content reader to be able to, consume content. Our app interface is actually going to change to multiple languages. So we're basically going deeper into our commitment of making, content accessible across languages. The first step that we took in this direction was last year when we made IPL commentary available in 12 languages. Languages like, Punjabi, Bhojpuri, Odia, which had erstwhile been so underserved in cricket commentary were actually, served on IPL and JioCinema last year. And the final piece of the puzzle for us on this is, how do we go deeper into CTV penetration and really can commit ourselves to deeper distribution for our platform and connected TV devices as well. So I'll just do one quick drop down into JioBharat first. So essentially, to give you a background, because I'm sure a lot of you have not seen this phone. In fact, I think some of us may be carrying this phone in the current India-England series is streaming live on this phone. I've actually seen it myself. It's a pretty decent experience for a 4G-enabled small screen device. You can hear the commentary really well. Currently, we have commentary available in 2 languages, and we do plan to scale it up to about 5 languages during the IPL. These phones have UPI Lite on them, so you do know that these audiences have some capability for transacting. So perfect sort of device, especially perfect kind of a device if you want to, do campaigns for products with, the sachet products, right, where the audience itself is different. So JioBharat really has been built for that, and working with us on this could help you reach out to an audience which otherwise would have been very, very hard to address. Excuse me. And on JioBharat, we're estimating a reach of about 35 million users by the upcoming season of IPL. And the second big thing, like I said, so while CTV is a big story for us, I think the other big thing that emerged for us last year, and we had not enabled this as a targeting piece last year, was just the growth of the 4K feed on the platform, right? And this was a pleasant surprise for us. About 20% of the CTV audience actually consumed the tournament on 4K devices, and one has to assume that 4K devices are actually your high-end or your top-end connected televisions, and you need to have a stable, Wi-Fi connection, broadband connection for you to be able to stream the entire match in 4K. So that's a real signal for affluence. But when we looked at a couple of other studies, we saw that this audience was also over-indexed on a lot of discretionary spending. Making the partnership on a 4K feed on JioCinema, actually a good way for you to reach out to, especially a super premium audience. And finally, I mentioned this earlier, just want to talk about a few of the big things that we are doing. Super Bowl just happened this weekend, right? And I think all of us saw the Uber Eats commercial, all of us saw the Dunkin' Donuts commercial, and every year on year, advertisers do fabulous work with Super Bowl. But I think the big role that happens here is also the platform that Super Bowl provides. You know that there are going to be millions of eyeballs tuning into, the platform, although, lesser in comparison to the number of people who watch IPL in India. But very big still in the context of the US. There are going to be millions of people, watching the tournament and watching halftime, which is what makes it so special, right? So we wanted to actually recreate this kind of an experience for advertisers. So this season on IPL on JioCinema, on the opening match, the first 5 over breaks will actually be dedicated to 5 brands who want to debut their campaign on IPL. And we're happy to work, with the brands to see, how we can place these ads. But the idea is not simply giving you exposures, and we all know that having a simultaneous exposure, of course, has its benefits. People start tweeting, there are so many conversations that, come out of it, and that also helps you drive that much more visibility. But as a platform, we want to kind of, put the campaign on a pedestal so that it really has that, sense that something really big has kind of opened on the platform. So whether it is nudges by saying that, okay, this season's Cadbury's ad is upcoming in the next over to get excitement going, we've got a lot of this planned. Plus, we've got a lot of the behind the scenes, or rather ancillary content around the main film can also reside on the platform for video on demand. Again, I go back to my Dunkin' Donuts example. I think the best piece of the work that came out of that was a surround content that they did with Ben Affleck, which is actually residing on YouTube and was not actually streamed on the live game, right? And audiences have grown now to consume video on demand on multiple platforms, right? So use this opportunity to not just have your hero creative, but also create a bunch of smaller creatives to keep the audience going through the season and leverage the power of the reach that the platform has in those, 54, 55 days to give legs to your campaign. So that's on the brand spotlight piece. And finally, I think some of you may have seen this. We are unlocking about 100 cohorts this season. This is the largest number of cohorts ever. Of course, think of this as ways in which, you could make your campaign a little more efficient, but don't think of this in a way don't think of this in a way where you're just adding more and more cuts, because we don't really know how effective that is going to be, right? So the cohorts that we have are going to be across, there are going to be geo clusters, there will be age clusters, interest cohorts, etc. So a lot of targeting possible. Ad units across, I will actually, let me speak about this on the follow-up slide. Yeah. Ad units across objectives, right? So whether, if you want to reach the dark market, or rather the tough to reach market users, JioBharat is your solution. For mass users, you have a mass campaign, want to drive very, very high level of awareness. Handheld is the right device for you to go for, unless and until if you're not a premium product, work with us on handheld. If you're looking for a premium product, maybe CTV is the right strategy for you. And of course, we have a new product for what we call early tech adopters. There are about 100 million of these that we have identified on the platform who've actually engaged with a lot of the new features that we have on the platform. So work with us to reach out to just this audience, because obviously this audience has a different behavior that you could probably harness for your campaign. And as a funnel looks, so whether it is using things like a masthead to drive impact, very, very high level of awareness, or, just using video ads, right? Using mid-rolls to drive a very high level of awareness, down to consideration preference. In consideration, work with us for a curated branded content series. We've done a few of this last year. And the good thing is that, we're now capable of doing a complete turnkey piece on this. And then finally, of course, we have a few new ad assets that we are launching this year, which are more driven towards driving users for action. The big thing here, of course, is the fact that, this season on JioCinema, even if a user clicks on something and goes into an outside ecosystem, the match still continues playing on picture-in-picture. So the user is actually not going to miss out on any stellar moment that they otherwise would have missed out on. So we are fairly confident of, adoption of that on the platform. And with that, I'm at the end of my presentation, and also the time that was allotted to me, not just IPL. We also have a lot of other sport, upcoming. IPL is going to be closely followed by Olympics. So don't forget, start planning for Olympics from now. In fact, our GTM is going to hit very soon, but, start planning from now, because on Olympics, a lot can be done, and I think India is obviously gunning for the largest ever gold haul at the Olympics, and we have the biggest chances this year. So, hopefully that will be good for all of us. And aside from that, a big slate of premium, emerging sports on the platform as well. So yeah, there is a revolution happening. I hope we can work with some of you on this, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them over a drink outside. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Gaglani. May we request you to please step in the center of the stage, and if I could have the opportunity of calling upon the CEO, Madison Media and OH, Mr. Vikram Sakhoja, to please join us and help us with the felicitation. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm, warm round of applause. What an insightful session that was, and thank you so much, Simran, for joining us on the same. Hashtag PMAR 2024 moment right there, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, we can be much more courteous with that round of applause. Thank you so much. And to give this befitting end to the most illuminating evening, it's time for me to call upon for the vote of thanks none other than the Executive Director of Madison World, Lara Balsara Vajutar. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm, warm round of applause for Lara.
So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being here with us today and giving us such a patient hearing for the last 4 hours. I will try to sum up the evening in 2-3 minutes, so please bear with me a little bit more. So unfortunately, the Indian ADEX has hit a speed breaker with a growth of just 10% in 2023 and an expected growth of 12% in 2024. But this is just a momentary blip, as our chief guest, Shantanu Khosla, confirmed that the pie is going to increase. In fact, Abhik Singhi from BCG also spoke about how India is well on its track to be a 8.5 trillion economy and amongst the top 3 economies in the world by 2030. So India is an underpenetrated, underserved country by all benchmarks, so the pie will increase. A lot of common themes emerged across different speakers, like Shantanu emphasized on the need for brands to be authentic, build trust, and have a sense of purpose. Balki, I think, had a single-line brief to marketeers to make the advertising at least as interesting, if not more interesting than the advertising, than the content that they watch. Both Shantanu and Balki spoke about how creative is arguably more important than media. And Balki urged marketers to be brave, make interesting ads, and to set trends. And he set the benchmark for advertising in IPL to be as good as the advertising on American Super Bowl. I think Rob, in his talk on restoring trust and confidence in digital, reminded us that we need to go back to the basics and remember that we are in the business of allocation, optimization, and attribution, and that ultimately we have to help our clients in achieving predictable, profitable growth. And he also spoke about the fact of re-establishing trust in everything that we do. Avinash made the case for TV as a powerful brand building tool at the lowest cost, and urged advertisers and agencies to reach out to digital publishers directly and not via the tech giants through programmatic. I think Abhik Singhi made a very good presentation, a fantastic presentation with lots of useful data on consumption patterns and how listed companies have performed over the years. I think he very rightly ended his talk by asking us agencies to look at CFOs as our customers too and not just focus on the CMOs. He also spoke about how advertising has to be viewed as an investment and not as an expense, and the need to build many more Indian brands. On measurement, Vikram gave a good overview of the status of measurement across different media, and he asked advertisers to take charge of leadership in measurement through ISA and thereby again bring about trust, accountability, and transparency. So we've tried to curate this evening for you with interesting, relevant, and important topics that need a discussion in our industry, and we hope that you have found this useful. A big thank you to all the speakers who made very interesting, thought-provoking presentations. I think Avinash has just stepped out, but thank you, Avinash, for partnering this event for the last 20 years. Thank you to the other sponsors as well, and enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you.
Check. Thank you, Lara. Lara, we would want that moment wherein we request you as well to please be on the stage. And if I could take the opportunity of calling upon Neeta Nair, editor of Impact magazine, to help us with a token of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm, warm round of applause for the two wonderful ladies on the stage. And Lara, thank you so much. I think for that one final photo, let's give them a biggest round of applause. Hashtag PMAR 2024. And with that, thank you all for being so kind with your time. Thank you for joining us. Thank you to all the partners and speakers and the entire Madison World team. I think you should give yourselves a big, big round of applause today. Thank you so much. With that, please do join us for drinks and dinner, but we have APP News Aapko Rakhe Aage as the final partner presentation.